chests, and I was
You would hear titties.
confused.
You would fucking hear titties.
Mandy heard the word chest/titties
She
and
heard
just got
chest
all
and thought of
excited.
nipples, and
Yeah.
she was like, "I want nipples in my face."
All right, so we're gonna go ahead
Just no
and
chewing
get.
on them.
Don't chew. That's
Swear to
don't
God,
do it.
if you chew on my nipples, you will die.
Nom 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 nom.
So we're gonna go ahead and get started. So to start with the beginning intro. Hi everyone. This is me, Burn the Priest, as the local dungeon master with our lovely party of Mr. Stealth Rage, Mr. Rexus, Mr. It's Time to Rage, Mrs. Thirsty Pandy, also known as the Mandy, and then Mr. Birdclock. All here underneath our little character names, here to play the game. Salty is on his way over and will eventually get here, as is tradition.
And we will be singing happy birthday to the fucker.
Yes, we will.
Can we also pause real quick?
What up?
Not
What?
the gumdrop buttons.
Not the
It's not that he said that.
This is Siege of Etheria, episode 14. The title of this episode is Heaven's Gate. So we're going to be going into a nice place when we get started. To recap what happened last session is that it was a massive combat session done by the party where... Oh, hi! Carson. Why? Carson coming in.
Ooh.
Coming in with those 5
Carson
tier
getting
subs.
on
There you
it
go. Yeah, she's on it today. Damn. Slamming shit around.
I'm sorry, let me just... What are we... Oh, shucks.
Okay, we coming in with 2 points.
Oh,
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 no, I
oh.
forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. Hold on.
There it is.
My bad.
Oh, I wasn't even doing that for the points. I was
just
doing
doing
it
it
so
for
that
the
we
hype
could
trade, yeah.
hype trade.
Fuck you, Phantom.
Did it get you?
A little bit. I had to raise the volume so they could actually get me. Because they weren't before, and I felt bad about it, so I had to make sure that they were
I
loud
know I am,
enough.
Jenna.
Oh god, yeah, I
Here, let me...
same.
Up.
But
There you go.
it's so much worse ever since I had those supplements.
Oh, is that 4 that we have so far tonight?
We have 7 in total.
7 total?
7 total. No dreads yet. Well, like, no rerolls for me, but there is a curse on the way that was discussed earlier. Which that we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But this is Siege
I
of
hate
Etheria,
you,
episode
Phantom.
14, The Heaven's
I
Gate.
forgot all about that.
I didn't. I hate him. With a passion.
This is going to be a good one. So basically what happened last session is we had a massive combat session where the party basically had to push back a number of ghouls and gas coming out of a cemetery that they were basically... Rage. Listen. We're going to have a chat.
I'm listening. I'm all ears, buddy. You're doing a great job. Keep going.
They had to
You're
push
not a
back some
bunny
ghouls and
folk.
gas.
What?
And push them back and clear out the cemetery as they were coming forward, as the gravediggers had accidentally uncovered a catacomb when they had to dig some more graves in Blair Shore due to the Mardi Gras massacre that happened after the party's last turn of events that had gone through there. So they pushed them back, and they found out that ghouls and gas were running, not necessarily trying to get into the town. They're running from a zombified beholder that had been trying to push itself out, and thank you, Phantom, and had been pushing itself out and then trying to make a mockery of its own lair, basically trying to start itself back up. They then got into fisticuffs with the beholder, as well as a number of zombies it brought forward, leading to the party finally getting in close enough to actually hit it, with Nosh being the one to lay the killing blow with his Vorpal longsword with a critical strike.
Fucking Nosh.
Nah,
Like, you cannot
We
be
fucked that
serious.
shit up.
It was if it wasn't a critical strike, it would have regenerated and kept biting everybody. So it could have been worse. But thankfully, Nosh did get the critical, which means that it negated that whole thing. But they finished that up. They got some payment. They got some good stuff off of it. A good number of silver and gold pieces. A 8th level spell scroll found by Tovar. and basically get
so
a letter.
He just went live. If you want to give it
He's
a few
here.
minutes.
I just saw him
there
jump
he
in the channel.
Yep.
And then, of course, Toa finding a 8th level spell scroll, which I have finally listed down the ones that are available for him to find once he identifies it. And then they were given a letter by a courier after stopping in by the inn and having a nice sit down and sleep. That was a letter from a certain heiress who has been locked in a jail cell in the town of Marmon and has been asking the party to come and help her with popping open a conspiracy theory that has been taking the town by storm. And that's where we leave off. But it looks like our dear friend Salty has joined the party, and which means that we have one very important thing to do before we start.
Indeed.
Mandy, it's time to unmute. Mandy, you're still muted.
Sorry, I am
There you
unmuted now. I'm trying to pull everybody's channels back up. I'm sorry.
How dare.
Sorry, I ended up buying a new thing, so...
You're good.
new
You're
thing.
here. That's the big
Yeah.
thing.
Is it Russian?
Yeah. No, it's well, it might be.
It
It's
might be.
MSI, so...
Eh.
Oh, I was going with like a, wife, Russian mail-order bride.
Oh, no, why?
I don't fucking know what you and Sarah are into. Like, what the fuck?
Each
I
other?
mean,
Yeah, that's obvious, but
oh,
could be
she's
more
getting
than that.
into you now, huh?
And like, me into her,
Kinky.
so like...
Y'all.
No, he's saying like...
Y'all are
To each other
having-
at the same time.
Y'all-
Go ahead and backpedal that.
Y'all are having
we
true
are.
feelings.
Listen,
Damn,
Mandy.
I had a mouthful of coffee.
Oh, I'm
Good.
sure you're not the only one person that's had a mouthful today.
I'm so sorry, Rexus. I did
Oh,
not mean
Jesus,
to do
Mandy.
that.
Alright, so, Mandy, you said that we have a very special thing to do before we start the session.
We do. We have a very special thing.
Logie,
Everybody ready?
Yes.
come get treat.
1, 2, 3.
Alright, bye
Happy
Happy
birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Salty. Happy birthday to you.
Now we're all in on Twitch because that song is copyrighted as fuck.
Yeah.
Immediately
Yeah,
DMCA. Happy birthday,
I
Salty.
appreciate
That was horrible.
I
It
appreciate
was-
it. I'm trying to figure out how to get Phantom's Redemption going.
He can't hear you right now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I appreciate the resubs.
So, with that, we have completed our pre-session ritual of making sure that everything is recapped and giving our cheers to those who need it, thanking those who need it, as well as you guys currently have 7 fate points with no dreads for me on the table, but you do have a curse coming up, which we'll cross into when we get there.
Okay.
Past that, you guys are now at the more than likely Phantom. More than likely.
Oh wait, hold on.
You guys find yourselves in the morning, having received the letter and read it. You are at the inn in Blair Shore, specifically here by the south quarter. I will move you so you are promptly there.
Phantom wants to get slapped.
He's cruising. He's definitely cruising, but he's loving every second of it.
He gonna catch these hands. Drinking wild turkey tonight too, so I'm feeling froggy. I'm gonna leap.
No, you cute fucker.
So you guys,
Fuck.
Oh, thanks, Salty.
What? No, fuck you. I'm talking about the dog. Nobody thinks you're fucking cute.
That's not true.
I mean, I was about to say that is definitely not true. You want to take that up with Mrs. R?
Just because Mrs. R is with him doesn't mean that she thinks he's cute.
Mrs. R, can you come here, please?
oh Jesus Christ!
Damn!
Can we not get railroaded so early?
See? Chach fucking agrees.
True. Dude, Chach is gonna agree because you're talking shit about me. That's the only reason. So, Salty says it just because you're with me doesn't mean that you think I'm cute. I think you're adorable. See? I'm fucking adorable, bitch. Take it. Take it like you take Sarah.
If you want to be technical about it, she said you were adorable, not cute.
I mean, that's like way better than a.
Listen,
than cute.
semantics.
I mean,
You can think someone's adorable, you don't think they're cute. Adorable is more of a childish term.
Yeah.
Bird, you're
I'm
about as
gonna
adorable
say
as a knitted condom, my
Which means
guy.
that she thinks you're a child, which makes
I mean, I am a
fucking
child.
perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I fucking hate
Line of
you
thinking
guys
whatsoever.
getting a goddamn fucking hype train. Thank you for the gifted sub.
Oh, you have a hype train? Oh God. Who the fuck cares about you that much?
Wow. That's what I'm saying. No, you're not getting a fucking prize just because Sarah made me give you one once.
So let's get this
Yeah.
show on the road. So you guys find yourselves in the morning at the inn known as the Witch's Teat in the south quarter of Blair Shore.
Witch's teat?
Yes. It's a pun. Anyway. You find yourself at the inn, you've received the letter, you have read it, you know where to go, as you are able to procure a local map and kind of find out where
Fuck's
Marmon
sakes.
is.
I would like to hear the story too, Mandy.
No, no story for you.
Story.
Oh my fucking god.
We're at the witch's seat. Got it.
Are we good? Can I continue?
No.
No.
No, just go. I'll fucking get caught up afterwards.
Basically, you guys know where to go, and you got directions you procured from a local map of where the town of Marmon is. And basically, once you're ready to go, you can start making your way out that way.
Fuck's sake.
Thanks, Phantom. That is the feeling I have currently. So, you've all had a long rest, if you haven't already checked that off on your sheets. So you guys should be squared off, and as long as you don't need to jump anywhere, you guys can stop by the local funnel cake shop on the corner and then head out to Marmon.
Yes, some more funnel cake.
Is Nosh gonna fight fucking Fausto again? Because that'd be great.
Well, Faust isn't with you, still at the keep.
I mean, has Nosh said anything?
Yeah, he fucking took Salty's side about the cute, adorable thing, and that's about it.
No,
So
got it.
no real input whatsoever. No.
Got it.
Why are you looking at me?
So yeah, that's where you guys basically are. Is that you've got the letter coming from Miss Eris, and you have the directions, and you have the capability. It's just up to you guys when you're ready to go, or anything you'd like to do before you head out.
Well, I want to attune to those gauntlets now.
Ah yes, your gauntlets, the gauntlets. Let me pull your sheet up to make sure I add the right ones to it.
Jesus Christ, I just realized what Jenna said in my fucking chat. Did anybody else read what
What,
Jenna
Jenna?
said in my chat?
The shit ticket.
I just read it.
Oh.
Talking about that backroom casting couch.
Oh my.
That.
So, I will put these in your inventory. I don't think you're going to be able to use them. And we'll go over that in just a second here. So, let me rename them so that you know what I'm talking about.
Roaring at me.
I don't know. Who may have that sound bite?
Why are you roaring at me?
Because did you just hear how you said "oh my"? Like,
No.
So,
Okay, so-
I'm confused
sound. Oh god.
about something. No,
Yeah,
it's something to
what
do
up?
with Twitch. Like,
Oh.
it's saying that
Look.
we're about to beat the last record on the fucking hype train, but, like, Mandy, I'm pretty sure there was a hype train going when you ended up dropping, like, 25 fucking subs.
I think the record's talking about the level of hype train, not necessarily what was dropped.
Yeah, but 25 gifted subs is gonna fucking put the record, like, higher.
I don't know what you want from me.
I don't know.
To
Twitch
not
is
say
weird.
dumb shit.
Tovar gets immediately smoted by lightning.
Oh?
It's like, oh no, the fucking big bad guy fucking just, like,
A spear of ruin forms over Blair's shoulder.
Oh God.
Roll
Man,
for
he got
initiative.
struck by
Guess
lightning.
what? You don't get initiative.
it's like that video I watched earlier when fucking Barbarian gets fucking one shot by the fucking big bad.
Just
Venus said she'll save me.
good, wonderful. So
What's up, Joe?
So, Mr. Finrod, you sit down and you go to attune with the Lion's Gauntlets. You put them on and you try to feel a connection with the magic inside of them. The biggest issue you seem to have is that they seem heavy. Not when you're carrying them, but when you put them on your arms. The weight of them seems to increase exponentially. Where you have issues lifting your arms up carrying them, not to the point of where you could potentially use them, but just that you physically cannot. You know at your core that unless these gauntlets deem you worthy of your strength, that they will not lend you their own. So it comes down to a essence of willpower on your part, which means I'm going to need a wisdom save from you, sir.
Oh, wisdom.
A wisdom.
Oh God.
Yeah, what's your wisdom, bro?
Isn't that like the worst thing that you have?
No,
no,
my
it's
worst is intelligence.
Oh.
I have a +2 on wisdom.
Oh, see, I have a +5 on wisdom, so...
So, shush you over there. You don't have a +5 to wisdom.
I do too.
That's
On wisdom saving
14.
throws?
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's because you're proficient in it.
Yeah, fucking bite me, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a fucking +9 in strength.
I'm gonna start throwing rocks at you guys. Let me fucking do my thing.
Whoa, throw a rock at me. It might give me a fucking idea.
Yeah, it might.
Idea generator. Thank you, Cherry.
The idea generator hit Tovar with the rock hard enough, he'll figure something out.
Can we not talk about rock hard things? Thanks.
Oh Jesus fucking Christ.
Why is one dancing in front of you right now?
No.
She's
My
like,
brain.
not yet.
Bitch has been
Exactly.
the window open to the hub.
Alright, so with a 14, you are able to somewhat gain a connection with the gauntlets, but definitely not enough to overcome the strength requirement necessary to use them. You seem to get a little bit more of advantageous movement when wearing them, but not enough to become basically usable during combat.
Alright.
So it's, in the long short of it, is you are not able to attune to them or use them at this point in time.
At
You
this
can,
moment.
yeah,
But I can try again later.
yes.
Well, at least you didn't completely fail, so...
Yeah.
I'm good with
Could
that.
have got like a nat 1 and then they just fucking fall off of your hands.
If I rolled a nat
Figure
1
that out.
before he said anything, I would have said I'm using a lucky.
So.
But yeah, so that's...
7 fate tokens later.
I burned 7 fates. I will get this roll.
Well,
but yeah, so
we do have, what, 6?
you have 8
'Cause I just-
currently.
8? Yeah. Because I just
Jesus.
did the extra one.
Yep.
Do you
Yeah, and I
want to
have
try
3
and
lucky
re-roll it?
rolls. So technically I have 11 if we were going to go that route.
I mean, if you wanted to try and burn the one that I just did. Like, I just gave him one at the start.
It's up to you guys.
Because we already talked about it. Can
I'm
I
okay
just
with
use one of my luckies over that?
Sure.
Or
Whatever works best for you.
because luckies let me choose the higher of the two. Then again, you already said that, so that wouldn't be right. Technically, right, Burn?
Yeah, I gave you the conclusion already. but because
Yeah.
there was a lot of chaos, I'll let you slide on this one.
I don't know what the fuck you
No,
expect.
That was a
like,
13.
Uh-oh, there's a Dr. Fishy Biscuits lurking in my chat. Yeah, with 13, same result.
I see that.
Same result.
Same result. Alright, so, anything else you guys want to try and do before you guys head out to the town of Marmon?
Rage.
I'm sorry, were you calling me or were you saying that you wanted to rage? I'm a little
No.
confused.
Did you attune to the fucking quiver?
Yeah, I already did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Oh. He doesn't have to do anything for it?
No,
No,
it's...
he was like, after a long rest, you get it. I was like, okay, fuck.
So the reason why is that the quiver. So I explained this last time. I don't think you were here when I explained it. The quiver is just a magical item. It doesn't have any kind of secondary constituents to it. The lion's gauntlets have a requirement to it, and if you don't meet that requirement, you have to basically jump that hurdle. For yours, it was because it was a transmog item. Basically, the item was going to transform into something useful to you. For the orb, and then for the axe, it was to see if the curse was more severe or not.
Fucking Christ, Jenna.
So like if there's a caveat to it, that's where like if there's a spectrum of good/bad.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Salty, read what Jenna said in my chat. It was for you.
Oh goodness.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, you're right. He is the one that said it, but still.
all right. So like I
Oh,
said, you guys have anything you want to do before you head out, or what's going on?
No, I'm good. Oh.
Keep
Give
Nosh
me-
away from the fucking
Give
cheese.
me some funnel cakes. They do not sell nacho cheese anymore after the Mardi Gras massacre.
After the great Mardi Gras
It has been
massacre,
banned.
there's no more fucking nacho cheese
It is
allowed.
it is in
Blair
very
Shore.
controlled dispensaries during celebrations. It is
You
very
have
much
to have
controlled.
fucking, like,
You have to have a license to have the cheese.
yeah.
No, it's
You
like
have
in
to have a
it's in
yellow card.
controlled dispensers. Like it has to be very much contained. Like there has to be like a whole OSHA procedure. Like there's guardrails
Oh,
and shit around it
see,
now.
I was thinking you
That's
had to have
boring.
a yellow card.
Yeah, I was on the
You
same
could.
wavelength there, Salty.
It could also be a yellow card, like so someone can't be hoarding a loose container of nacho cheese. You know, there's a number of
You're only
regulations that are
allotted
put
a
in
certain
place.
amount. Yeah, time. Like,
You have to eat the whole amount before you can get more of it.
yeah, like you have to eat it in front of the camera right then and there. That way they know that it's not going to be put anywhere else.
On your body or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially that. Especially that.
So that means there's probably like bootleggers that smuggling cheese.
We're not going this
God.
deep. We're not
Free
going
smugglers.
this deep.
Cheddar row.
Fucking free smugglers.
I hate all of you. If you have nothing else you would like to do or anything you would like to buy or look for, you guys are able to go to the town of Marmon.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think
fucking
I've
cheese.
got enough to buy anything of value.
All right.
How much are regular healing potions?
They are regulars are 25.
That one
Okay,
was
oh.
bad, Jenna. That one was bad.
Wait, no, never mind.
I could find a potion. Sorry, an apothecary rather. I like to buy a regular.
Yeah, you can do that. It's easy enough. There's a general store.
Just head down to the local fucking.
You are in a
CVS,
fantasy
you
realm
know.
full of adventurers, monsters, and magic. You don't think there's going to be a general adventurer store that sells fucking healing potions?
Would it be AVS instead of CVS?
Sure. There you go. Oh, Salty, you found that spell scroll last session. Did you want to get that identified?
Yes.
Okay.
I was wasn't sure if we'd be able to do it here or if I had to be at a different type of town.
I mean, you
That's why I
could
didn't bring
look
it
for
up.
someone.
Yes, I look for someone.
Alright, you take a look-see for a person who can identify it. And you find someone who seems to be reasonably attuned with the ways of magic. It seems to be someone who works in one of the magic item shops who seems to have at least an idea of having an identify spell. Which, to you, having no arcanic knowledge, an identify spell just sounds wonderful.
No arcanic knowledge. Got it.
Because you are a barbarian.
Big dumbs.
You know what magic is, but you don't know how magic works. Like, you're like, I can barely do reverse math, let alone calculus that requires me to do magic casting.
Reverse math.
I don't know how to do reverse add.
Yeah, I don't know how to do reverse add, so I don't know how to cast fucking magic spells.
Reverse adding now.
Fucking Mandy.
Sound it out.
I almost said I step in front of him as he looks for someone.
Alright, so that means
That is
that
fair,
I
though.
get to
She
see...
does have arcanic knowledge.
She does.
I have Mandy come with me to get it checked out to make sure that they're not bullshitting me.
I mean,
Well,
Mandy would know that if she does go with you, she would know that an identify spell is about the least amount of bullshit you can possibly do. Because it literally tells you what it is. Like, you'll translate things, you'll identify it for you, and it seems to be on the up and up. The guy may not know everything, but at least knows how to do this. And so, you seem to find that the scroll is... remembering, reading this correctly. It just says copy. From what the guy explains to you is that it's just... says copy, and that it's from a he says it's from a very occultic school of magic. It seems to be on the older side, and he says that he could be mistranslating the words on it, but he believes it says copy.
Ooh. Can there be two Tovars?
oh god. As if we need 2 Tovars.
2 BFGs.
I mean, it's he kind of shrugs at you and goes, it says copy. I mean, you're
Well,
taking him at his word. It's he's looking at. He goes, listen, I'm translating the script as best I can. This is in some undercommon shit, so I don't know what you want from me. You know, if your druid friend understands our Arcana a little bit better than I do, she can probably double check my translations.
Mandy.
I mean, yeah, I can double check his translations if
Yeah.
you want me to.
Also, your investigation skill was garbage. That was terrible.
Wait, what?
What the floor?
He rolled a nat 1 on his investigation.
Oh, Jesus.
That didn't count into anything. It was just funny for me to see it. You can roll me
Yeah.
Arcana, Mandy, if you wish to double check his translations.
Okay, I guess I'm double checking. That is a nat 20 plus 6.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, Mandy, you double check his translations, looking through it, and you see that copy is a mistranslation between undercommon and underspeak, or deep speech. I'm sorry, where it's a swap of the words. The actual name of the spell that you can tell is an 8th level spell called Clone.
Great.
Yep. Oh no.
And Mandy, only you know this because you're reading it. You have the choice to tell either the guy or Tovar what you are reading. But essentially, Mandy, as you're reading over the translation and what the spell does, you understand that it is a clone spell. It is from a very occulted school of magic that is a branch off of someone who would study essentially necromancy. This essentially would grow over 120 days an inert duplicate of a living creature as a safeguard against death.
So it's literally just a clone
So
that your
it's
soul gets pulled into when you die?
yeah, that's what it seems like. Is that if you start this spell, you have all the materials since it is on a scroll. All the materials are there minus the amount of flesh from the creature that needs to be cloned isn't required. So if you know that if Tovar wanted to clone himself, you would need a cubic inch of his flesh.
You get nothing.
Uh,
You lose.
Stop
Good
it.
day, sir.
To
Sorry, I had to
add
touch
into the scroll, as well as a vessel worth a significant amount of money that is large enough to hold the creature being cloned. So there, you can tell that there's a lot of things that you would need for this spell to work. You would need a vessel for the clone to lay in, which would be large enough to hold it. And yeah.
That's popping
Yeah.
into my head right now is Mad TV when they make fun of the sixth day. Fucking, oh, I am you and you're me, but if I'm you, who am I?
Kind of same idea. So you would know that basically you can make a clone that would take 120 days to mature, and basically if the original of whoever it is cloned of dies, the soul gets sent to the clone instead of it being taken by a deity or disappearing into the ether. You can tell from reading the scroll that you need a large vessel that is sealable that you need for it, as well as a piece of flesh of a specific size to make the spell work. But other than that, the scroll would do the rest of it.
Question.
Hold on.
No, I got a question.
What? What's your question?
Can you use ashes?
No, it has to be an actual piece of flesh. So it would have to be, basically it has to be starter cells, quote unquote, if you want to think of it that way.
We still have Boo Queen meat?
We are not cloning the Boogle Queen.
Yeah, no, that's fucking stupid.
Nosh here thinking about using an 8th level spell scroll to clone Google Queen meat so we can eat it.
No, I think he was talking about to clone the Boogle Queen itself.
So because it
Just 'cause he wants to
cannot,
eat a Boogle.
it cannot clone anything that is already dead and the soul is no longer with you. So if something has already passed away, such as a creature you're fighting or such, if the spell is not cast before their soul leaves this plane, the spell will not work. So it has to be technically off a living or somewhat alive creature.
So technically, I could tell Rage to go fuck himself, and then we could clone him, and then he can actually do it.
Wow. That
You would
is-
like to watch that, wouldn't you? That turns you on, doesn't it?
No.
I bet it does.
I just wanted to
I
fuck
bet
with
it does.
Bern and his fucking.
You would waste a
No, I wouldn't. fucking waste it on a
extremely
joke.
expensive spell scroll for a joke. But yeah, so that's what you have.
He
And
fucking
Mandy,
would. He knows damn well that he would.
yes, I know. Mandy, that's all the information you have. Tovar, you know nothing of what the translation is just by looking at it. And the guy is just kind of watching Mandy read it. Mandy, you eventually read through all of it, and you seem content in what you know, and it is up to you who you tell and what.
I think for now I'm just gonna keep that information to myself.
Cool.
Like, yep, he's right. It's just a copy. Hmm?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, so you guys,
You wouldn't lie to me.
you wouldn't lie to Tovar. But yeah, so you guys have that information. Mandy, you have your information, and you guys are basically good to go unless there's anything else you would like to do before you leave.
Nope.
I'm good.
All right. So with that, you guys return back to the inn, find the rest of your party with funnel cakes and drinks for the morning.
Where's mine?
You gotta go look at a fucking scroll. Fuck you.
I'm sorry.
I'm funnel
Did you
cake.
just choke?
What?
Did you just choke? That's
No.
Cobra would have made sure that there was enough for them to have some.
Coverall's like, I would have been a nice guy. I don't want to be, but I would be a nice guy.
Appreciate it, Ethan.
But yeah, so you guys make your way out to the town of Marmon. It seems to not be.
Sounds like Utah.
You hear thunder above your head. You can.
I don't see any clouds. Must be heat lightning.
So you start making your way towards the town of Marmon. Based on the map, you know that it is not that far. It is off the river to your northwest. And that it's a couple hours ride in the carriage there. Nothing too far, nothing you haven't done before. And you don't run into anything on your way there. And so you arrive.
This looks like Utah.
We got an upgrade of a colored map.
fancy.
Oh my god, it's like the fucking 1950s.
So you guys take a northern road leading into the west or the eastern riverside of the town of Marmon. In this town, there are 4 points of interest that have been color coded because I couldn't put labels down for whatever reason. So for you as players out of character is that the green spot is Heaven's Gate, the building that you have been asked to look into. The blue is the mayor's house, red is the jailhouse, and pink is the shops and main residence of most of the people that live here.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. I see a lot of green spots. I'm pretty sure those are trees, though.
Jesus.
Down here.
The only spot.
I mean, I don't know. That looks like a green spot to me. That looks like a green spot to me.
That is fair.
I mean, look at this one. There's not
Yes,
even any lines there.
all the trees are Heaven's Gate. You're surrounded. You're surrounded by Ents that are part of Heaven's Gate. Roll initiative, fight 200 tree people.
Oh no. There is a druid, you know. Fucking could be a Heaven's Gate to the druid.
No, it's the generator I use, Jenna. It's for the regular monochrome maps I can put labels down, but for the color maps they don't have an option for it for whatever reason. Who's to say?
Carson.
Yeah, I know Carson was going to come back with the sass. I am expecting of that at this point.
Oh.
So, you guys make yourself known to the town of Marmon. You see that there is a long bridge ahead of you that spans the river. The river seems to be flowing at a steady pace, but nothing too crazy, nothing too strong or weak. Plenty of fishing has set up on the piers with a couple of small boats that come in and out, schooners, if you will, to travel goods up and down the delta.
I want to stop at the bridge and let BFG get some swim time.
Yeah.
And get some fishies.
Can I go bow fishing?
I mean, you could if you weren't on a job.
He's just like trying to go through this fucking like story and everything. It's like, yeah, I want to let BFG fucking, you know, stretch his legs, catch some fishies, and then fucking Rage just like, yeah, I want to fucking try my hand at bow fishing, you know, like fuck this job.
Well, I mean, I don't have a fucking fishing pole, but I have a bow.
I mean,
You know what?
anyway.
You have fun.
You cross the bridge and you park the carriage in the tree cover before going into the residence. The town is small enough that you can walk. Basically, most of this is like using the carriage from this point, and there's a nice little spot that you can park it to basically let the horses rest, graze, and drink water while you are about your way. As you all dismount from the carriage, The Boogle and the
Oh.
BFG go down to the riverside to go and basically relax as they kind of patrol around, as you basically have told them not to stray too far from the carriage unless called for.
Excuse me one moment. Fuck you, Jenna. I got my wings back, so I can go fly fishing, asshole. Dick.
To
That was a good one, though.
to your west, you see a number of smaller buildings. Number of smaller buildings that seem to be either shopping centers, either for small general stores or other specialist stores, but most of the buildings seem to be closer to what you would imagine as residential in a village, small longhouses and such. You can see to the south that there is a wider building that seems to have barred windows with a clear imagery of either a sheriff's office or law enforcement in this region, as you would imagine, with a clearly labeled sign that says jailhouse on it. To your southwest, through the trees, you can see a tall, thin building that seems to stick out from the rest, as it seems to be a brighter color along the siding than the rest. And this clearly seems to be, with a posted sign out front, the mayor's lodging, as well as his town hall. It seems to be a converted church of some kind, and allows him to essentially have, I guess what you could essentially call town hall / press conferences with his constituents, as well as meetings for what issues are there. And then, of course, to the south, you can see a very large building that does seem to be almost cathedral-like, that has been converted to something or another. That seems to be a point of interest, but it doesn't have any signs outside of it that you can see, but it does look that you'll may be visiting it soon. As you step out and stretch your legs, kind of shaking the rust off, if you will, from your journey, letting your familiars and creatures kind of also do the same, going down to the river bend and getting some water on and trying to catch some of the wildlife and fish that are there, you start to catch glimpses of the people who live here. You can tell that the population of this area is not very large. It is, if you were to guesstimate, somewhere in the 300s, if not a little more or a little less. All of them seem to be modestly dressed, very much to the idea of, I wouldn't say pilgrim era clothing, because that's a little too far on that scale, but it's in that idea of modest Puritan kind of dressing, very 1860s kind of setup, where
very much Utah.
Yeah, it's very much just like Utah. It's essentially Utah in the 1800s. You know, it's very modest. It's very calm. Yeah, Jenna even said Utah as well. It's just Utah in the 1860s. Okay, like we'll just make it simple for everybody.
It's all 300, it's all flats. The El Paso BFG could really go.
Yeah. So
25 feet.
Yeah, but how fast can you go 25 feet?
6 seconds. So do the math.
Yeah.
That's fucking slow.
You can move 30 feet in 6 seconds. You're not much to talk.
60 if I fly.
Touche. Anyway. So, you guys see that everyone is modestly dressed. The colors are more reduced and muted. There isn't a lot of bright colors, there isn't a lot of bright culture, not a lot of loud noises, minus the shops that are doing blacksmithing, armoring, enchanting, etc. Everything else just seems very calm. People on horseback, people walking around doing either lumber work or other things. Everyone in this town seems to be very much of an artisan. But you can tell that there is a larger portion of the population, you would say probably about 30%, is people that you would consider on the older side of their life scale. So basically thinking people, like in the human sense, 60 and older. So you're looking anywhere from 60 to 80-ish is about 30% of the population here. And they seem to be walking around and just kind of talking and mingling and doing things with other individuals, but it just seems boring. But you can clearly see the jailhouse, and it's where you were asked to go in the letter that you received from this heiress.
Thought we were asked to go to Heaven's Gate.
She's asking you to investigate it, but you need to go talk to her so she can give you more information.
Alright.
Do
Yeah, I was gonna say, you want to go to the jailhouse?
Might as well. That's where she's at, right?
Yep.
Did you say rice?
I did,
Yes.
and I don't know why. I'm hoping nobody else heard that. I was like, what the
No,
fuck is wrong?
I was just sitting there trying to process it.
I was
like
just letting it slide, but he
I
has,
was
so
like-
yes.
I was like, wait. She said that's where we need to go, rice? I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Who?
I would
What?
like you, I love
Like,
you
I
too.
would like you to fuck off.
The real question is, what
I don't
are
know.
we ricing?
Why my
Oh,
brain
it's
did
Tokyo
that,
Drift up in
but
here.
that's how my
So-
brain went. It's cool, guys.
So,
Ding, ding, ding.
you guys go down to the jailhouse, and as you approach, it seems to be a darker silhouetted building, of course, with the bars on the windows and clear cells on the inside.
I knock on the door.
Will you let me fucking finish? Stockades out front, very much in the sense of very old school Williamsburg, Utah kind of situation where it has a number of humiliating things would be done for the populace if they are to break the tenets of the common. And you walk up and you see that there's one person in the stockades who seems to have been hit with a number of tomatoes. A sign hangs around their neck that says vulgarity. And he just kind of looks at you solemn, as you believe that he's been in the stockades for the few hours after being pelted with those tomatoes. He is not a happy camper.
Salty looks like we just need to shut up now. Get tomatoes thrown at us.
I don't know. I kind of want to see if I can throw a tomato at him.
There are no tomatoes for you to throw. The event has long passed. But you
There are
approach
no
the
rocks.
door. No.
Throw me, throw me.
Those are
God.
Nosh.
The biggest tomato.
The big Oh, for fuck's sake. Poor Nosh.
I was okay with it. I was one who put the idea out there.
Yeah, but it was the fact that he called you a potato. Or a tomato.
Tomato.
I might as well be a tomato.
Hey.
So,
I'm throwing more than one.
Tovar, you go up to the door and you knock on it. You don't knock the door off its hinges because you're smarter than that. You do give it
Good
a few...
solid fucking cop knock. Just
Yeah,
like,
you give it a nice solid cop knock. And as you're doing this, you peer behind you as you see Rage and Coverall picking up Nosh, getting ready to throw him over their heads at the man at the stockade, as Nosh is just screaming, "I am the biggest tomato." And as they go to throw him,
The biggest tomato.
as they go to throw him, you turn your head as the door opens and you see what looks to be a sheriff in front of you. And do you alert the party members?
Throw me. Throw me.
hey! Yes.
So you give a little quip to your party members as you are basically letting them know, hey, and Kavral and Rage, I need you to roll me athletics really quickly.
Wait, wouldn't they get advantage because they're doing
No.
it together?
Oof.
No. Damn it.
This is for something else. This is not to throw you. This is
I-
something else.
Step the fuck away from them. I don't want to be part of this.
What'd you get, Rexes?
Athletics check, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Nope, this is.
You're killing me, Gandalf.
I
Why you
didn't
gotta say
hear.
that?
Oh my god, Jenna.
It was me and
Why'd you gotta say that?
I mean, is she wrong though?
I mean, no. She's not wrong.
Hard.
Ooh. I like how you played that right as I saw the ooh pop up by Daddy
okay.
Mikey.
Rolling this one digitally for now.
That's
oh
fine.
my goodness.
Well, see, I played it because of what Jenna said in your chat.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
16.
Alright, so you guys are going to throw Nosh as you hear Tovar give you a signal. It basically is along the times of someone's watching, stop. And Coverall, you're able to drop Nosh and step away as like start whistling with your hands on your hips, like, oh, I'm not doing anything. As Rage, you're still in the process of throwing Nosh, and as basically Coverall lets go to look natural, you start to fall backwards, holding Nosh as the weight becomes imbalanced, and you both just kind of flop onto the ground as Nosh is still yelling, I'm the biggest tomato, as he just whomps.
I am the biggest tomato.
Yeah, as he finishes that statement, he just eats the dirt on his back.
He's the
And so the sheriff sees this happen. Thankfully, you don't pull a muscle in your back or anything, and Nosh doesn't hurt himself indefinitely. But Salty, you're face to face with someone who looks to be the sheriff, and he just looks at you and goes, "Yeah."
Yeah. So what was it? It was a letter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're here to respond for this letter. I don't remember any of the details of it because I think all of this shit was going off on my stream.
You know, I
Hey,
don't remember shit anyways.
Here, let me see that letter, because I know
Damn.
someone in the jailhouse don't send one out. I gotta find out what it is. Who are you?
Was that to me?
Yes. He's
Okay.
talking to you.
Fuck, I don't know what title to fucking use.
Fucking Salty would be the
don't
one person in a fucking stage play that would be like, line every time he had
A line.
He's just asking, like, who are you? Like, what's your name? What's your group? Like, what are you doing? Like,
Me, Goliath.
I would basically tell him who we are because we don't have a fucking what?
you're the
Defenders
heroes of Etheria. That's your,
Oh,
like,
Heroes
that's your
of Etheria.
default. That's your default line to be like, we're the heroes of Etheria. I'm Etheria's
Yeah.
ass. Your fucking tagline.
Dude, no.
That's what I
not,
tell him.
Not a good plan.
Shut up,
Not a
shut
good
up, baby.
plan.
That's what I tell him.
And so he looks, he's reading the letter, and you tell him, like, you're here's there, like, you're Tovar, the barbarian of the Black, or the berserker of Black Marsh, also known as Etheria's asset. And he looks you up and down, and he kind of tilts his head. He's looking at your hips. He goes, "No, if you say so."
Oh.
He goes, "All right. I sent this letter out not too long ago. I imagine you guys got here pretty quickly. She's in the back if you want to go talk to her."
Tovar kind of just like looks down, defeated, and like kicks his foot, you know, like as he's fucking walking in.
Yeah, it's you walk in and you walk past the sheriff as he gives you back the letter, and as you walk past him, you kind of look back and you see that man has mastered the squats, which is why he was giving you the business.
But can he bounce the face off of it?
Yeah.
Probably.
Then Rod, go test it.
This man
Just
has
ignoring
trained.
My head's still down from the gauntlets.
This man has been training to catch interlopers and ne'er-do-wells in his town. The man has carrying the weight
what,
of
his
the
butt
law on
cheeks?
his shoulders.
No, he's been carrying it all in his ass.
Yes. He carries the
Glutes
weight
are
on his
where all
back.
of his- carries the weight of Etheria or Marmon on his fucking glutes.
The most powerful glutes in Marmon.
God, why does that make me think of butt pipes?
His fucking.
Wow.
Butt pipes.
And now the
hate
butt pipes
people
have come
so
back.
much.
So
His,
you guys,
his shoulders got
Hey,
tired.
boy, the pipes are
What did that have to do
calling.
with
so
this?
you guys all enter, dusting yourself off as you enter, and he points you to a cell in the very back of the jailhouse. As you walk past some of the cells, you can see that there are a few people in here. They don't seem, on the surface, like nasty criminals. The signs on the doors are relatively common charges. Peeping Tom, extreme vulgarity, indecent exposure, drunken disorderly. It just a few things that are relatively common in other cities that you don't see people get jailed for, but this one they seem to take it very strictly.
Totally sounds like my rap sheet.
Yes, and so you
Tool just
get
starts
to
asking the fucking criminals like what they think of his ass and shit, trying to get reassured.
Sorry. I'm
There-
sorry, your rap sheet of apologizing to a broom?
So as you were trying to get
Look, I
reassurance,
that broom, okay?
they don't seem to be giving you much say of words. It's not that they don't want to answer you, it's just they're afraid of answering you, because they know the sheriff is listening. And you can tell that they aren't exactly treated well when in
Fuck
here.
you,
It seems
Mrs.
like they're
Weller.
in
Don't
an
LOL at
ascent
that.
of penance, essentially. They all seem to have rosaries kind of in their cells. They're in some kind of book that they've been reading through, and they're just kind of quietly sitting in their corners. You get to the very...
Nosh roll a sleight of hand check.
That's a good question.
Oh no, I was pressing random button on accident.
No, okay. Also,
Definitely
Nosh, you
wasn't
still
trying
have
prisoners.
Right,
2
no.
rings and an amulet you need to identify
my
as well, there,
God.
bud.
Oh, I didn't
You
hear
keep
what
forgetting.
Burn just said.
You have an amulet and
The
2
two
rings
rings.
you need to identify at some point that you keep forgetting about.
I do?
Yes, because you stole
No,
them
the
when the
other
last time you were in
fucking
Blair
Nosh.
Shore.
Oh, I didn't even know. I forgot I even had that.
We'll cross that bridge in a minute. Because at this
Yeah, we'll
point,
do
you
that.
would have gone them identified if I hadn't had to keep reminding you every session to go do it. It's like you have a wizard who can do it, so you have to go physically find someone. Anyway, you make your way to the back cell, and it is the end cell of the building. It seems to not have a barred door. It seems to have a thick wooden door with a small barred window at the top, a slot about halfway down that would essentially flip open to put a food tray through. It seems to have 2 or 3 locks on it. It seems to be pretty high security, and there seems to just be a thick stick next to the door that seems to have had a handle carved into it. It's a big whopping stick, essentially, that seems to be made out of a timber branch that sits by the back of the hallway next to that door.
Mandy, no ideas. You can't take it home with you.
What?
What? Heard me.
So what do? You guys are all standing in front of this large, thick wooden door with the large whopping stick next to it, and a barred slot about eye level, and then a regular flip open slot at about waist level.
At about waist level, huh?
Yeah, it's for like food trays.
This is what they call back in my hometown a glory hole.
Do it, Rage, I dare you.
Oh, hell no, I'm just waiting for Nosh to do it.
Nosh is not gonna be dumb. He's gonna be a little chained today.
Okay. I look in there and see if it's someone who we think. What we know, it's a female, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I look in there to see if it's a female. Is it
You
a
see
female?
that there is a singular person in that cell.
Can't see what it is. Okay.
If you let me fucking finish. You see there's a single person in the cell. The cell seems to be dimly lit as it has a singular window compared to the other ones. You can tell by the silhouette that it is more than likely a female of what looks to be half-elf descent.
She's speak Elvish.
We have a fucking elf.
I can also speak Elvish.
Yeah, but we have an elf. I would
shit.
rather trust the elf.
Okay.
I would rather trust the elf who has a little bit more fucking chill than Cheese Boy.
Then cheese
A
boy.
little bit more chill.
I mean,
The elf is being.
what are you guys gonna do? Fucking tell me what you want.
Well,
I
she
guess
wrote
I'll-
it in English, right?
In common.
Yeah, she wrote it in common.
Yeah.
English.
I mean, both is correct.
English.
But yeah, she
Well.
wrote it in common.
She wrote it in American.
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
alright, so I'll like give a little rap on the door. Alright, apparently it was so good that the fucking dog
I
barked.
was gonna dog.
You hear a dog bark outside from how good the rap on
Apparently
the
your
door
dog,
is.
your door sounds like rap. Like,
Rap.
the fuck kind of a knock is that?
You've never heard rapping on the door?
No.
No.
So
Oh
you
my god.
you
Whatever.
give the door a couple
Yeah.
of good raps, and you seem to catch her attention.
Good.
I feel like Byrne actually has heard of that before.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, thank you.
So
And I'm the fucking dumb one.
So
The
you give the door a couple of good raps, and you catch her attention, and she comes towards the barred window in the door frame, and seems to be very happy and kind of overly excited to see you. As she steps up to the door, you can see that she has very pale skin. Her eyes are that of a hazel with a bit of gold mixed in it. You can tell that she is definitely half elf because she has both the common aesthetic points of both an elf and a human, where she has the smoother contours of the face of that of a human, but she still has the larger eyes and pointy ears of an elf. But her skin is very pale, her hair is a jet black, her eyes are a golden hazel. And as she comes up to the door, she kind of grabs the bars in the window and tilts her head to the side looking at you. And as she's looking at you, you can feel like she is looking through your armor. And she kind of like biting her lip in a manner that seems to be both off-putting and concerning to you as you just met this woman.
Oh my.
Ooh.
Hi.
What game he spits.
So,
She explains that her name is Eris, and she is the one that sent that letter to you. And as she is speaking, I need perceptions from, I guess, who's close to the door. I know Salty's close to the door. Who else is close to the door? Are you all like piled in together at the door, or is like some who's closer, who's not?
I mean, probably
Alright.
Mandy there, just in case she was gonna speak elfish.
On the side of the door.
I was gonna say I walked up too, because of that comment. Since
Okay.
I am an elf.
So, Finrod, Mandy, and Tovar, I need you guys to roll perception.
I completely forgot that you were a fucking elf.
Yeah. Good.
Perception.
Wonderful.
I'm the
Jesus.
Why didn't I
Christ.
have that roll earlier?
17.
Finrod's like, why did I roll that?
20.
Dirty 20. Very nice. Very nice.
Wow.
Fucking went from a 3 and it landed like right on the line. And then it was like the 3 started to highlight and then it just tilted a little bit more and fucking went to the 17.
Very nice. Mandy, what did you get?
I got a 17.
So the three of you, as you see her come to the window, as she's staring through Tovar's armor in a way that makes you both uncomfortable, excited, and concerned for your physical safety. Finrod and Mandy, you start to recognize signs and labels that are on the door. Mandy, you specifically being on Tovar's right, closest to what you would essentially concern yourself with as the beating stick, so to speak, next to the door, that you to be imagined for rowdy prisoners, has a very specific word carved into the side of it. It has the word horny carved into the side of what essentially is this makeshift bat.
Oh yeah, Mandy knows that word.
And then on the door itself, Finrod, you notice that there is a number of signs that basically have been placed there, small wooden placards, that says, only female officers enter, even then in pairs. Do not open any other circumstances. Do not believe anything occupant tells you. Do not put any pieces that you don't want touched through slots. Like a lot of warnings, essentially down the line. But there's a large.
Fucking high doors for.
It's for fucking food trays, but sure, Rage, keep being dirty. There is a placard at the very bottom.
And it says there's horny written on the fucking wall.
Yeah, it's almost as if it's where her crimes are written, you schmuck. And on it, it just clearly says adultery, and it says adultery, harlequin, and I had the third one in my head. Basically, she's in horny jail. Long and short of it, in common layman terms, she's in horny jail.
So is this like where you want to put Mandy?
Well,
And so you two see that. Tovar, you are too focused on this person that is staring at you through the window. You can see bits and pieces of the information as Finner and Mandy are kind of pointing them out. Let me finish my words, you nerds. My God. How the fuck? If you let me finish what I'm saying, it'd be wonderful. So you get bits and pieces of information as you are kind of stuck looking at Eris, as you're afraid of what may happen, as your mind is racing. But you do look at the door and you start to notice and put it all together of why she's here. And yeah, you basically figure that she is in horny jail, and she sent you this letter from essentially horny jail in this town of Marmon.
So Tovar, she's really eyeing it down right now.
well, so far, I guess you should.
Are there other prisoners in this jailhouse?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, well, they're focused on her. I'm just chit-chatting with the other ones.
They don't really want to speak to anyone. They're currently reading in this very thick book that they have in their cells, along with these beads that are on a type of twine with what looks to be a holy symbol hanging off of it.
Did you miss all of that?
I think I did. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go try to throw Nosh at the fucking tomato guy again.
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's go,
so
Rage.
what was... Alright, just out of character. So, she wrote us a letter to come and help her, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
How was cum spelled? Just curious.
Jesus fucking Christ. I was trying to be legitimate.
I told Carson this was going to be a very hard session to do because she's the one that designed it.
It's a very hard session.
You said Carson's the one that did it?
Yeah, Carson's the one that...
Carson.
This is her character that she's played in another game before, and then this side quest is her design. So, yeah.
This is how her character was?
Yes.
Oh, that's fucking great. Good job, Carson.
Wow.
Put Bird in a fucking awkward position.
Yeah.
This is the
Have to
greatest
do
fucking
all
thing
of
ever.
this shit. This is
I am
great.
so happy I decided to join tonight.
So, yeah.
All
So,
right.
she basically... Out of character, she basically asked you to come and see her because she needs your help basically uncovering a conspiracy theory that she's come across. And as you can tell, she's been thrown in a jail cell. She can no longer investigate said conspiracy theory.
Yes. So, I would basically end up asking her how we can help her.
she would basically give you a very horny answer to start, and then would follow through with essentially telling you that no.
What is his answer?
I
To be
hate this.
fair, he's trying to keep it TOS.
Not only that, I'm also just. I told her that I wasn't gonna try and roleplay Eris because that's out of my comfort zone. Because that is not who I am.
Real comfortable right now.
Hey,
She-
good looking.
She basically
Oh, God.
insert your own.
I will do the voices. I will do the voices. I will fucking do it.
No.
Absolutely fucking not. They
No.
sound like,
No.
They sound like no, absolutely fucking not. That's when Tovar punches through the fucking door and runs away.
I didn't know Kevin Jenner was joining us tonight.
Okay.
Dude,
I'm not.
I'll say my name when he said that. I'm dying.
You're welcome.
Carson is
Please.
bugging me to
I
be
mean-
her. Okay.
I guess the next best thing is
Be
to
me,
always
close your
have
eyes, you
her
can do this.
join and be the person.
She's at work, so she can't join and do
Aw.
the voices.
He always works on Saturday.
Yeah.
He was
Is she
really
really?
fucking open. Can we just give Carson a round of applause for a moment?
Yes, yeah,
Really,
you-
like,
Absolutely.
I love how she's being in your chat right now though. Like,
Yeah.
come on, Bird, give the horny lines. Do you hit? Please, baby, close your eyes. You can do this.
I was dying from that.
Oh,
she's
my
a priest.
She.
Oh, man.
So.
Alright, so she
You
gives
would-
a fucking horny joke.
Yeah,
know,
she
like,
basically
"Oh, yeah,
tells
can
you
fucking help
that
me
there's
this
a way you can help her if you put something through the slot,
Oh,
and that you could, and if that's not up to your repertoires, that you could help her try to uncover this conspiracy she's come across, and she gets a little bit
Why
more
not help with
serious.
both?
She gets a little
Let me
more
see
serious when she
his
talks
ass.
about the conspiracy theory, as she brings it forward. She kind of steps away from the bars as she's looked you up and down. She seems happy with what she sees in front of you, or in front of her specifically. And she basically asks you. She goes, "Did you notice that a lot of the people in this town are older?"
Yes.
Yeah.
That wasn't always how it was. There was a smaller percent of the population that was older, much like other towns. But over the past few months, the population has grown. Not in an artificial way, it's just that people who are older have seemed to be coming to this
It
town
is old people.
to live. It's older people, yes.
Oh my god.
And the issue that she's been running into is that there used to be a lot of sickness. They actually had a what you would essentially call a clinic / hospital at one point here that was overbooked constantly. It just never had enough space to deal with the sickness. It was constantly trying to do hygiene courses and trying to take care of things because, as you can imagine, in this time period, that hygiene is very hard to upkeep because you don't have a lot of modern technology. And so there used to be a lot of common sicknesses, things along that line, and that the clinic is now run by this Dr. Barbados, who seems to have cured or increased the health of everyone in this town, where sicknesses are no longer a problem. They've even been able to cure things that were not deemed possible before, such as the equivalent of polio, measles, mumps, etc., things that were death sentences. And so this doctor has come through. And with there's other team of doctors behind them, Dr. Silverscales, Dr. Barbados, Dr. Thamble, Dr. Briggs, Dr. Brenner. It's all these people have come to this town, have been working both within the clinic and this new retirement home that opened called Heaven's Gate. And it seems to the health of the younger people have increased, where the sicknesses are no longer occurring, and that the older generations seem to be excited to go to Heaven's Gate. It's before it was a slow drag. When they started getting older, they started getting crotchety. You could tell that there were certain parts of the town that were just filled with these angry old people, as they couldn't do as much. But now, the older generation seemed to have a better spring in their step. Like, they seemed to be able to move and walk and enjoy physical activities outside that they couldn't do before because their bodies were limiting. And so Eris went and tried to investigate. She talked to the mayor, she talked to the clinics, and the one thing that tipped her off that she thinks that there is a conspiracy theory going on is that she tried to use her womanly ways to persuade the doctor to basically figure out what's going on. Used her charm to get information, and she was rejected every time. No matter what doctor was on staff, she was given a very no response, not no response, but a very closed loop, cold, just no reciprocation feelings, like rejection from the doctors. Not an outright like, no, I don't want you, but like just doesn't care, like apathetic to her existence with every single one. And that really annoyed her, but also kind of twicked off of that there has to be something else going on. And so as she kept trying to go back to the clinics and investigate more, going to retirement homes and investigating more at Heaven's Gate, she just couldn't find anything. And she started seeing that the populations of the older folks coming in would start coming from other towns. And they were excited to go to Heaven's Gate, and they had to wait because there was such a long list. But once they went to Heaven's Gate, the people there would be there from 3 months to a year. And they would know to the day of when they were going to pass away. And the family would come down, they would sit with them, they would pass, they would then be buried, and then this room would be open up for another person, it would continue. And so she tried to see if there was something issue with natural causes, and there was nothing there that she could find. It seemed that everything was being done by the book. There was no foul play. The happiness was way up, and so was the morale, and it was just a very strange occurrence. After her 6 or 7th time of trying to get information from the doctors, she was eventually caught by, essentially, the morality police, the sheriff, the law keepers, whatever you want to call them, and was thrown in the jail cell. And she's been here for a couple weeks now, basically stuck in horny jail. And that's the information that she basically gives you, is that something fucky is going on between the clinic and Heaven's Gate, but the town seems to be doing significantly better because of it, and so she can't pin down what it is.
Clearly something fucky isn't happening.
Yes, probably.
This is fucking just bullshit.
Man's the woman.
Oh, the immersion is so gone for me right now. It's just fucked.
So they,
Okay. So, would there be any way that we'd be able to have her, like, we'd be able to try and convince the sheriff to let her out to come and help us on this, to where she can join us in the investigation as well?
You don't think that's gonna fly, as she has quite a rap sheet. But
sorry.
You don't think that's gonna fly with the sheriff just because they're very strict on making sure people go through the process. But she can give you all the information she can, including locations of the place that you would need to go.
Are there other guards in the...
I mean, there's deputies walking around the town, but in the jailhouse currently there's just the sheriff.
Damn. So I had that imitate thing. I was going to try to imitate him, see if I can't get, use his voice to kind of get a deputy to let her go or whatever. But never mind.
Alright, well.
Well, that's an L.
Where do you want us to go, ma'am?
She basically tells you that if you wanted to start looking where she left off, is that you could go to the clinic and try and talk to one of the doctors there, and then if nothing comes from that, to go into Heaven's Gate directly, and again try to talk to the doctors there as well and try to get information, because that's basically all she's found so far. Is that people are no longer really getting sick. That the people going into Heaven's Gate are kind of rotating out pretty quickly, but not in a foul play manner. There's a number of doctors that came here about 6 months ago that have been doing this, and like the mayor's okay with it. The sheriff doesn't seem there's anything wrong with it. Everything seems to be rotating pretty normally. There have been, from what she feels like, a couple of whispers of people being unhappy with the fact their loved ones are passing so quickly once they get to Heaven's Gate. But as they're talking to their loved ones, it seems the loved ones have made the decision to pass. It's not like they're just dying. It's just they've made the decision. They're telling them to the day. And then they pass away and they go about their business. So, she points you to the clinic and she points you to Heaven's Gate.
So, I just want to point out that I rolled a 26 for intimidation.
So are you going to try and intimidate the sheriff?
I mean,
Should that be at his disadvantage though, because you were so butthurt about his ass being better than yours?
I want you to look at my screen on my stream.
Oh.
I can't tell what that is.
It's a
What is it?
20.
You got a nat
Oh.
That's going to be a no for me, dog.
Fine.
You walk up to him and he just kind of looks at you, looks you up and down, and gives you just kind of a harumph as you are walking up to him trying to be intimidating. He goes, uh-huh, and turns back away and keeps going back to his work.
What if I try to persuade him in a nice, calm manner, not being intimidating?
I mean, sure.
Alright.
She's already given you the information and where you can go. You get nowhere. He shuts you down immediately.
So, this lady here, you wanna let her go?
He looks at you. You see him spit into a spittoon, look you up and down and go, "How tall are you, boy?"
6 foot.
"I know they stack shit that high. Get out my face."
I look him in the eyes and do like one of the I try to like mimic his spit, but instead of like it coming out like a normal
It's
spit,
like-
it's like the drool. It's like just like yeah.
You just look like a fucking plebeian.
down the chin. Oh.
Nice. Fantastic. So where do you want to go first? You have either the clinic or Heaven's Gate.
I mean, let's go to the clinic.
Yeah.
Clinic is where she last left off, so.
I want to smack his ass before I leave, though.
Who is ass?
The sheriff's ass. I kind of like
Gonna be
that's when it's
thrown in
like
jail with her.
tap his little butt and then run, just boop.
Look at my screen again.
I look at your screen.
What the fucking cheating ass shit? No.
The
I'm
dice are
calling
in your
You
shit.
get
favor.
another nat 20. What?
What screen am I looking
Well,
at?
it was more of he rolled another nat 20. Nosh, you smack him in the ass and he immediately turns around and you feel the barrel of a revolver underneath your chin.
Oh, there it goes.
And he just goes, "Boy, I'm gonna need you to walk your ass backwards towards that cell in the back there."
Well, I pull up my bagpipes and play like a sad tune. Like, wah, 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 but with the bagpipes.
Wait. Oh, nope, never mind. You're fucked.
Wait.
Sorry.
So
went
you
from-
try to talk to him and you're just like, it's like word jarble coming out.
Me,
Wait.
Goliath.
It's fucking bullshit because it was on the 20 and then it just for 2.
Oh,
It happened to me twice now.
So he just immediately puts a revolver at the bottom of your chin and just walks you back towards the cell in the back where Eris is, and just goes, "Now you can do 2 things. You can either apologize, and I'll tie this hand to your pocket that you'll keep there for the rest of the day until I say otherwise, or you can spend the next 24 hours in this here cell with Eris.
What
And
the fuck?
Well, dude, how is that a punishment?
I don't see that as a punishment. Send me to jail.
Oh, no.
Just let me keep my bagpipes. I can play some,
Hold on,
some
goddammit.
tunes.
Alright. I quickly run up there, grab his hand, and fucking tie it to his pocket.
I just want to play the bagpipes.
yeah, so you quickly run up and you basically use essentially a leather strapping that the sheriff had, and you tie Nosh's hand to his belt.
Yeah, fuck off. You're not beating me on athletics.
And
got a +6.
he puts the
I
revolver
got a
back in its
+9.
holster, and he goes, "Come see me at the end of the day, and I'll see if you have earned your hand back." As he's like rubbing his cheek as he's walking away, looking at you like an asshole. He's just like, "Fucking bastard."
I smack his ass.
Damn it, not.
I stick my hand out for like a high five from Tovar. I was like, just because I got one hand tied doesn't mean I can't get a high five. I smack his butt. Don't leave me hanging, dog. Don't leave me hanging.
Oh, fucking definitely leaving you hanging. Fucking almost went in jail.
I would like to point out that even the horniest of us is holding it back after seeing that Eris is in jail for being horny.
I just want a cup of feel, you know?
Y'all,
Alright,
I say we
so-
just leave him in there. Just put him in the jail cell.
Not with her.
Fine. Can I go in the jail cell?
Go for you. Smack his butt. Do it.
No. God damn it. Alright, put us at the clinic already, Bern.
Just teleport us to the clinic.
just teleport you, just fast travel.
Teleport us. Yeah. Fucking. Oh, great.
party is
D&D,
grouped up.
Bern.
You guys feel the
God, he
world
beat us up.
speed up as all of your speech becomes very chipmunkish and quickly, as just and then you pop up in the clinic, which is in the northern side of the shop's residential area. Exactly. Just that. It's just that for a couple seconds, and then all of a sudden you poof in the front of the clinic, and everything's back to normal. And Jenna, it is jail because it wouldn't be a fun 6 ways. Have you ever seen I think it's called like Jesus's chair or Joseph's chair or something like that? It's not a fun place in Utah horny jail.
It's just really Utah at this point.
I mean, if you haven't noticed,
Pretty sure this is Florida.
I mean, if you haven't noticed, there's a very specific theme going around. I'm surprised no one's picked up on yet.
No, I'm just wondering where the fucking Black Loofah is. That's the house I want to go visit.
The Black Loofah. Shut the fuck up. You be quiet. None of that.
What? What?
None of that from you. You shush.
What does black even mean? What was it? Full swap. That's what it means. Full swap.
I hate you. I hate you so much.
I
Anyway,
don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
don't. I'm cursed with this knowledge. Don't ask.
You
Don't.
know exactly what the fuck we're talking about, Salty.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Also, Bird, no, you cannot.
Damn it.
So you guys are in the clinic, and you see that there are a number of people there who are going in. Some have normal wounds and whatnot. In the practice of soak, we are not getting into that, Jenna. Be quiet. No. Shush. Shush. Not getting into this. I'm just trying to get you guys on a quest line, and it just keeps getting thrown into the fucking wood chipper. So you guys go to the clinic, and you see there's a number of people in there. Some that are normally injured from either workplace or otherwise, fallen out of a tree and broke their arm, etc. And you see that there is a tall white dragonborn, a white scale dragonborn in there that has a title or nameplate on him that says Dr. Silverscale. And he seems to be talking to the patients. Bird, if you keep trying to escape this trap, you're going to have a problem, buddy.
gonna lose your hand altogether.
I'm okay with that.
Oh, Jehovah's.
Is it the color of the scales? Is that what it is?
Yes.
So he's vanilla. Very amateur.
He's just a white dragonborn. That's all it is. He's just a dragonborn who has white scales.
Okay then.
So you walk in, you see him talking with. You see that he's talking with some patients, and you see he's currently talking to two parents with a very sick child. The child is sick with something that they're not entirely sure, and he walks them back to a room as you are basically in the lobby of the clinic with a couple patients sitting in chairs and a receptionist that seems to be just a short halfling behind the desk working with a number of papers. As you guys basically are sitting there and looking at stuff, basically going over certain things, the receptionist talking to some of the patients as well. You're there kind of for 10-15 minutes as you're looking things over, and also you see the parents in walking back. The difference here is that they're walking with the doctor back, and the child is walking, where before he was being carried in by their parents. And it seems as if he was never sick at all.
The hell?
And he simply kneels down next to the child. He gives them a little sticker and a lolly and pats them on the head, and they go. And the parents, who were very distraught before, seem now relieved, as they seem to be having tear stains on their face from happiness, as they now can walk their child out of this clinic where before they could barely move themselves.
Y'all, I don't like this.
Something's going on. It doesn't seem right.
They have a
Very
garden
strange.
decoration as a receptionist.
What'd you say, Nosh?
Said they have a garden decoration as a receptionist.
She's not a gnome. She's a halfling.
I know.
Those are two very
guys.
different things.
Let me do a huddle time real quick.
Huddle, huddle.
Alright. Which one of us wants to get injured?
I just want to cut my hand off so I can get out of this thing.
Not you, Nosh. You're in trouble.
It makes the most sense why unnecessarily do it when I can get out of this binding. Be free.
I mean, I
I'll
can
go ahead and do it.
punch Nosh in the stomach really hard.
Just let me cut my hand.
I don't know if punching Nosh in the stomach is going to work.
Alright, I'm just gonna bash my head off the wall. How's that sound? My own head.
I could bash his head off against the wall.
I just want to hit my head
Nosh,
off
give
the
me
wall.
athletics check. I said
Give me that
Nosh,
22,
not
baby.
Tofar.
Give me that 22, baby.
Oh, dude!
22.
I assist.
No, you don't. We're not. No.
23.
So, Naj, you are in this huddle and you go, I have a plan. And you run full speed at the wall. And you put some serious force behind it, where you hear a resounding crack echo through the lobby as you're pretty sure you gave yourself Dame Babbage.
Pretty sure he already had
Well, even
Maybe
more
fix
so
it.
now.
that.
It's when Nosh stands up, you can see that there is blood coming down his forehead. His eyes are kind of crossed, but he speaks in a very eloquent way of speaking now compared to before. Almost if it unlocked a different part of his brain or shut off another part of it. It's hard to tell.
Fuck. Guys, we
Like,
can't.
yeah.
We can't let him.
Gents,
We can't let him see the doctor.
it seems as I have a contusion in my brain.
Why? Because I fixed them?
Yeah, exactly.
I do not understand this sarcasm anymore.
He's broken.
Mandy, give
Hold
me
on.
perception check.
Perception check?
Perception.
Yes.
He's broken. Hold on. I'll fix him. Just bonk him on the head.
15.
All right, so I'll do Tovar's thing first. So Tovar, you go, I'll
Treat him
fix
like
him,
an
and
old
you
TV.
bonk him like an old television, and you give him just a nice whack in the side of the head as the receptionist has watched this whole thing go on, and you seem just to increase the Dame Babrilage that Nosh now has, because now it goes from eloquence to gibberish.
I'm sorry, the what now?
The Dame Babrilage.
Hold on, I'll do it again.
You put my stuffing in while you jumping my stuff.
What the fuck?
You know, you put some stuffing in, but I'm a little fucked up.
I said gibberish, not sheems.
I'm feeling a little woozy here.
You hit him one more time for whatever reason compels you, and now Nosh, you can only speak in Cheems lingo.
In what lingo?
Cheems,
Cheems.
like a flamethrower, like that level where you have to just talk like you're in kindergarten again.
You guys think I should do it one more time?
Come
If
on,
I fix
I'm
it?
going in home
No.
head.
You can see that his eyes are now like pointing in different directions. He's having issues standing. He's not looking great as there's like blood coming out of one nostril. He's kind of just like wibbly wobbly in how he's moving. Tovar, you're not bopping him again. We're not doing this.
What? I was gonna say that I'd pick him up and carry him over to the doctor.
I mean, yeah,
Be
you
like, "Hey,
sure. Again, the receptionist is watching this happen, and she's kind of already like writing stuff down, and is like putting papers on the counter, kind of slides them to you and Nosh, and is like, "Fill these out, please. Thanks."
Come on, my big home man. You want mommy?
And
He's
Mandy,
doing it.
as they are all dealing with this, you feel a sensation of something walking up the back of your arm.
Something walking up.
Crawling.
No.
Crawling.
No. No.
Like cold.
No. Absolutely not. No.
My name not anymore.
I
Do you-
hate you.
Do you just say that, or what do you do? Like, what does Mandy, the character, do? She feels this sensation on the back of her arm.
I hate you. I would very aggressively swipe at my arm.
You feel the sensation leave for a moment as it now appears on your left shoulder. The feeling starting to kind of creep up your shoulder blade.
I really, I hate you and Phantom so much.
While she's doing that, I'm chewing on
You're
whatever I'm using.
Nosh,
to write
you're doing your own thing. You
I'm
can
just
hang
chewing on
out
things.
for a minute.
Fucking writing anything.
Finrod
I'm
and
just chewing.
Kavral and Rage, you guys notice Mandy like swiping at her arms and her shoulders as she is kind of panicking a bit. And Mandy, as you give a good swipe to your shoulder trying to get whatever is on you off as you are panicking, Finrod, you start to notice a sensation coming up your back, crawling.
And I try to look to see what it is.
So you just like spin in a circle.
like a dog.
Yup.
Well, he isn't that intelligent, so that actually fucking tracks.
Finmon
my character.
Finmon doggy.
He's just
So
like,
the sensation, Mandy, leaves you as you now see Finrod like panicking as he's spinning in a circle trying to see what's on his back.
Good. I stay away from that. I ain't going near it.
I spin into Mandy.
So you spin and you fall into
Wait,
Mandy.
so
So
wait,
Mandy, give me a
wait,
dex
do I get a
dex
dex? Yeah, I was
save.
about to
Yes,
say,
you give me a
you
dex
better
save.
give me a dex save.
Nat
My
one,
name
nat one,
not
nat
anymore.
one, nat one, nat one.
Nat 20.
So
Fuck.
you
That's
step
it.
out of the way as Finrod comes spinning past you, and Rage, give me a dex save.
That one.
It's a
7.
So
Here's the
Rage, Finrod runs right into you, and as Finrod, as you knock into Rage, you feel the sensation leave you as you kind of fall over, and Rage, you feel a phantom sensation crawling up your front of your abdomen and coming up your chest towards your neck. Like a large spider.
Well, I tried to look for it.
You don't see anything, but you feel it. And based on the feeling, it should be significant size, and you don't see it, but you definitely feel it as you're feeling it crawling up onto your face now.
Well, where are you, little guy? I just want to give some pets.
So
spiders freak me out, dude.
as I it's just you're role playing the thing, Rage. I don't care what you do. I'm working off what you do. I knew
Well,
the spiders don't spook me. Okay, cool. Then you just
They
sit
don't.
there trying to look for the thing on your face. Like
That's all I'm doing.
Okay, cool,
Where's
great, awesome. You did it. You have this weird
What-
feeling
what-
on your face as it's like crawling all over and you're trying to find it.
I'm sucking on Tobar's thumb.
Oh, Jesus, Mary.
I just want to pet his little abdomen.
So you guys see Rage become very interested as he's like feeling all over his head and his body. He's trying to find something as he's talking to this little buddy. And then Nosh, you are drooling as you're kind of like wibbly wobbling as Tovar's just filling out the paperwork very quickly, trying to route everything he can. At the very bottom, he does a big old signature. You can tell that the signature is longer than normal. Like, it's almost like a full name instead of being just a first name. And he gives a big old John Hancock on it, does the big old signature, hands it back to the receptionist. And as you hand it back, you see Dr. Silverscale is in front of you. And he goes, "My lord, what happened to this man here? Come with me, you mentally deficient child."
When you
Yeah, that about sums it up, Doc.
And he goes, "We'll have you fixed in a jiffy. Yes, yes."
Wait,
I'll
wait,
have-
wait. We need to make sure his guardian goes with him. Tovar, go with him.
Boy, he's still on my shoulders.
Yeah, Tovar's still carrying him.
Okay.
So you walk him back, following the good doctor as you go into the exam room, and you set him down in the chair as the doctor's looking him over and goes, "My lord, multiple traumatic brain injuries, some bleeding out of the eyes and nose, and a loss of balance, a loss of speech. How was he speaking before? Well, not at all. What was his baseline?"
Well, his mouth got him into a lot of trouble.
Ah, so definitely not like this on a consistent basis. Very good. And he goes into the cabinet and he pulls out this vial. You see him pull out a syringe and he pulls something out of this vial. His back is to you, so you don't see what exactly the vial is filled with, but you see him go through the motions of filling up a syringe, putting the vial back in the cabinet and locking it.
Can I, like, stop him and ask, like, what exactly that is?
I mean, you can just ask him in general, and he's going to tell you that it's a serum, it's a medication they've come across that basically is a low-dose version of what you would call a health potion. They've essentially found a way to synthesize it so it helps speedline the medicinal processes.
What would I need to roll to see if he's fucking
Insight.
telling me the insight?
Insight.
And while they're doing this, I get up and start like wandering away.
No, you don't.
Just like reach over and grab him, pull him
You're
back down.
you're in the chair. You're not going anywhere.
He's strapped.
I'm strapped
16.
in.
I mean, you're also loopy as hell. You're not going to be able to walk in a straight line, let alone get up out of the chair. You threw yourself into a wall and got bonked by Tovar 3 different times. You are feeling the brain drunk. So, like, hang on a second. So,
16.
with your 16 in insight, he he seems to be telling you the truth. From what you know, you don't know a lot about medicals or magical, and so from what he's telling you, it seems on the up and up. It seems like he's giving you the bona fide truth on the whole matter. And it seems like he's not looking to cause any malicious results or anything. He seems generally concerned with how Nosh is looking and acting and wants to give him this medication to try and help.
Alright.
Stretch you ass head?
Yeah, I'll let him.
It's me, Kermit the Frog here, doing a big stretch.
The Kermit stretch.
Oh, the Kermit. So, Dr. Silverscale kneels down, and it basically finds a vein on Nosh's forearm and injects him with the medication. And in less than a minute, Nosh, you return back to your normal operating standards, essentially. The bleeding stops that was coming from your nose, your ear, and your eyes. Tovar, you can actually see the contusions that he gave himself seem to fade over the seconds this medication is injected into him. You hear his speech come back to being normal, almost going backwards, going from gibberish to extremely eloquent to then to the standard Nosh speech that you know very well.
I like wipe my lip and I'm like, where did this blood come from?
Don't worry about that. We'll explain later.
Can I get like a handkerchief or something, clean myself up?
The Dr. Silverscale looks at you and goes, well, it seems that he's back in order, or what I would assume is his correct order. You can see Miss Goodberry at the front. She will give you any kind of post-doctoral orders or anything else that you would need. I must go speak with Dr. Coomer quickly about some other patients that we may have, so if you would excuse me. And Dr. Silverscale steps out of the room, closes the door behind him, and basically points in the direction of the receptionist's desk. Yes.
No, I was gonna like stop him and see if like I could talk to him a little bit about and like ask some questions.
Sure, go ahead.
So, what was the main doctor that she told us about?
Was
What was his? What was
Dr.
his name?
Barbados.
Dr. Barbados?
Yes.
Where the fuck did you get Dr. Brenner, Bert?
I heard Brenner. And
Brenner is
one of the
another
doctors.
doctor.
Yeah.
There's like 5 or
It
6 of
was
them.
Another one.
Okay.
It's Dr. Barbados, Dr. Silverscale, Dr. Coomer, Dr. Brenner. There's a couple others that have
Okay,
just been
but-
floating around.
Barbados
Was the main guy that Eris talked to, yes.
yeah. So I would like to ask him, you know, basically just if
Perverts.
what? What? Oh my god. Fucking racist and fucking yeah.
Rage, yeah.
So I would like to ask if that doctor, what is Dr. Barbados is in?
He goes, he's not here at the clinic today. He is over at the Heaven's Gate, or should be. This is his on-call hour.
And then do you know of any, like what exactly is Heaven's Gate? We've heard of it a couple times, but we're new to this town, kind of just passing through.
It's simply just a retirement home we built, a hospice care clinic, if you will, essentially to help those that are ready to walk along the path to the next life and wish to have the care that their families cannot give them. It's very all simple procedure.
Alright, well, I won't take up any more of your time. I saw that there was a bunch of people out in the lobby, so...
No, it's quite alright to ask me questions. If you're new here, you may not know everything, and that's quite alright. But I'm going to step myself away as I need to go consult with Dr. Coomer before we begin continuing treatments. And He bids you a good day and steps out down the hallway.
Good day. Glad somebody else knew that one.
And so, yeah.
Okay. So I guess we walk out and show that Nosh is all better.
Yep.
I guess I'm good, guys. I guess I'm alright.
Yeah,
I still
no,
need a
because-
handkerchief, though. I need to clean up my face.
Man, how'd they get fixed so quick?
Basically, want to tell them what happened. You know that he injected him with a fucking. What'd you say? Like a
Essentially a small
Like a-
dose healing potion, essentially.
yeah. It happened quick. Healed him really quick.
My brain is somewhat okay.
Somewhat.
Somewhat.
Pretty sure that's how it was when we found you.
Seems normal.
So you didn't see where Dr. Silverscales went?
Door was closed.
Any idea what this Dr. Coomer would look like?
No idea. I assume wearing a doctor's coat.
Did we find out where Dr. Barbados was?
At Heaven's Gate, I guess today he is not at the clinic. He's on call for the clinic, but Dr. fucking White Dragon over there told me that he was at Heaven's Gate.
Dr. White Dragon.
Was it Silver Scale?
Yeah.
Yes,
Silverscale.
Dr. Silverscale.
Yeah.
I'm horrible with names.
I
Alright, I'm
noticed.
sorry.
I mean,
You're
as
going
am
off
I,
of
and I-
names. Tovar.
What?
That's twice it seems like you wrote your name way longer than what's supposed to be. I thought your name's just
No.
Tovar.
No. Who the fuck just has one name?
Well, I mean, that's all you
Yes,
introduce
but-
yourself as.
He was just keeping his last name separate for personal reasons.
Maybe I didn't trust you guys. Mandy knew.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus, Tovar.
That also be knowing.
Just stares.
Under the cart. Why would you do that?
Because I got thrown on the spotlight.
I'm gonna go see if I can find Dr. Coomer and follow him, please.
So
I guess
you
Just immediately runs away.
you immediately separate from the party as you go down the hallway. You can see that there's a doctor's lounge in the very back of the hallway where you can hear some voices inside. But there is what looks to be a type of pad on the door with runic symbols on stone keys that you don't know the combination to.
Okay, can I wild shape into a mouse?
You can.
I would like to wild shape into a mouse. So
Alright.
that whoever comes out of that I can follow.
So you wild shape into a mouse as the rest of the party's still in the lobby, and you patiently wait a few minutes as you kind of eyeball the gap in the bottom of the door. You see that the gap is not big enough for you to sneak under, but it is enough for you to kind of peer your nose and eyes under for the most part. And
You know what would have been able to fit under there, Mandy?
Fly.
Spider.
Oh.
Fuck you. You fucking fuck.
Become what you fear.
Nope. I mean, I could have done a snake too.
so you wait patiently, and you hear a couple of voices inside and a number of footsteps. You
Staring
smell
under the
a
door.
number of things, and you see a pair of dragonborn legs come back towards the door and open it. and I walk out of the door and back towards the lobby.
I would like to sneak into the open door when he comes out.
Alright? So you sneak into the open door, and inside you find a relatively normal lounge room. It has a number of desks and chairs with writing utensils and papers all strewn across, a number of bookshelves with a number of books, all of different medical fields that you have no idea what you're looking at. You see there's a number of lab coats hanging up, or well, doctor's coats, I guess, hanging on a coat rack of sorts, with a number of hats also on said coat/hat rack. And you see a number of shoes by the door as well, but there's no one else in there.
Can I sniff around? Because there was clearly someone else in here earlier. I want to see if I can find where that second person went.
As you sniff around, it's hard for you to discern the sense. It takes you a few minutes. And you can tell that there was a second person in here, but you don't know where they've gone. You can never tell there was a presence, but who's to say where they went?
Okay. Can I turn back into myself and do an investigation check while I'm in here?
Yes, you can.
Woohoo!
So you shift back into normal Mandy form, and you can roll me investigation.
That's a 19, sir.
So you walk around the different desks, and you see each of them has different prescription pads and note papers on them from the different doctors. You see that there are 4 desks with 4 different names: Dr. Silverscale, Dr. Brenner, Dr. Coomer, and Dr. Barbados. The lab coats on the coat, or the doctor's coats on the coat rack, also have different name tags on them for each different doctor. Minus a 1 that would be for Dr. Silverscale, who's currently out in the lobby. And the shoes by the door also be of different makes and different sizes.
Okay. What do I find at Dr. Coomer's desk?
You find a number of patient reports, basically records of next of kin, things that he's treated, records, medicines used, number of serums used, and just a bunch of treatment plans of, 11-year-old patient came in with issue with heart, was passing out, brought in by parents, diagnosed that it was a minor heart palpitation or heart murmur, was given secondary medication as well as a one-time injection of serum. Patient showed positive signs of regression of heart murmur as well as improvement in cardiac output and no more risk or significantly reduced risk of passing out or syncope within 5 minutes of dosing. And you can see that as you skip through these papers of these patient treatment records on the desk, that they all reflect the same thing. The patients came in, they're originally treated with traditional medications and of either apothecary mixes or things that the doctors can create. And then when those seem to fall short, or if it's an extreme case, they seem to fall back to this thing that just consistently is listed as the serum. And that's usually given as a single dose injection, and the patient makes a miraculous recovery, and then goes about their daily life.
Sketchy. Very, very sketchy. Okay. I would like to sneak out of the doctor's.
So you can see that there's only the
Lounge.
door that you came into, and so you can more than likely open that door, as there's no lock on the inside. Open it and then make your way back into the lobby.
Yep. Yep.
Right. So
All right,
you
guys.
open. Yeah. So you open the door and you walk down the hallway, and you don't run into anything. As you step back out and you meet up with your party that's in the lobby.
Welcome back.
Well, I don't know where Dr. Coomer went. He just seems to have disappeared from the doctor's lounge after talking to Dr. Silverscales. So that's interesting. And I couldn't find anywhere that he would have gone to in the room. But it seems like everybody's been treated with this syrup. So,
Now we gotta figure out what the serum is, really, completely.
yeah. I think we need to go to Heaven's Gate. Because I have a sneaking suspicion I know what it is, but I don't know how I feel about it.
Is it
What
old
do you think
people
it
juices?
That's what I was thinking.
Does that mean that Nosh just got a bunch of old people inside of him?
I mean, if that's what the serum is, yeah. But I also, again, I don't know how I feel about it, because if it really is like they are deciding to go of their own free will, that is more humane than, say, us making them stay alive
Forcefully.
forever.
Well, I guess we need to go figure out if it is of their own free will.
Well, they get old quickly. Isn't that what fucking horny elf chick fucking said?
No, they don't get old quickly. It's just that
No.
they seem excited
just
to go
die.
there, and they are there for whatever amount of time,
6
and then when
months
they're
to a year.
comfortable, they basically tell their loved ones to the day of when they're going to pass, and then they pass.
They decide to give their lives for the greater good. Supposedly.
Who's to say
Potentially.
aren't charmed?
Exactly. So,
I didn't like that. But yeah, we should go check it out. You think we should go straight there, or should we kind of like investigate the town a little bit more?
I mean, it's up to you guys. We can investigate the town a little more. It might not be a bad idea to investigate the town a little bit more.
Maybe announce ourselves to the fucking mayor?
I'm down
we
for
could go to
whatever.
Mayor's house.
What?
That would be the best way to find out more about the town, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alright. Well, then I guess let's go.
Alright, so you guys make your way to the mayor's house, which, as spotted out before, was relatively easy to find. You guys approach it, and it seems to be a relatively standard mayoral household, with the housing part towards the side, with another wing being essentially a place for town halls, for meetings, conferences, etc. The public side is open, and you step through, and you eventually come across someone who can lead you to the mayor, so you can basically seek an audience with him, or at least just to speak with him. And they bring you there, and he comes down the main staircase after a few minutes as you speak with one of the people who run the public service side of it. And he comes down and he seems excited to greet you. He goes, "Oh, hello! Welcome to the town of Marmon."
In classic bird speech.
Are you talking to me?
No. I
Oh,
was
I
just
just
saying that was classic bird speech.
Oh, they said bird. I was like, oh.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Classic introduction.
Classic of the way Burn speaks.
Just, "Hello, welcome to the town of Marmon. How can I assist you? My name is Mayor Burrell. I don't think I know you. I've heard of you, if I am remembering you correctly." And he kind of gestures for you guys to basically tell him who you are.
Hi, I'm Mandy. This is Tovar. He's a big dummy.
He goes, "Ah, you are who I remembered yourselves are." And he comes up and he reaches out to shake everyone's hands, and he kind of goes down the line. He goes, "Ah, Finrod, the Outlander. Pleasure to have you here. Oh, is that... No, I didn't make the Artificer the mayor. Shush." He goes, "Ah, Kavrob, the Hammer of Saints, welcome. What a pleasure to see you.
Greetings.
Ah, the Bogle Queen herself, the Queen of the Trees, the Speaker of the Lands, Mandy. Wonderful.
Hi.
Of course, we have the Chainbreaker himself, Mr. Nosh Seaborn. Wonderful to see you. I see that you met our sheriff, by the way, that your hand is strapped to your hip. Naughty, naughty, good sir."
That's none of your concern.
Everything is my concern. I am the mayor.
I am not your concern. I am not from here.
He looks you very much in the eye and goes, "Everyone is my concern in the town of Marmon." And then he, as soon as he says it, he immediately steps back and goes to the next person. He goes, "Ah, the demon rage, the Aarakocra of the shadows. Wonderful to have you here. You seem to be in good spirits."
Oh, I'm still trying to find this spider that was crawling on my face, but yeah.
"Ah, yes. Everyone understands the issue sometimes of the feeling of the spider on one's face. It
Don't
is
you say the
a
French away from
terrible
me.
burden." And then, of course, he comes to Tovar and goes, "Ah, the Berserker of Black Marsh. No need to introduce yourself, sir. I know all about you and the rest of your group. I am so glad to have you here in the town of Marmon. What can I help you with today?"
You missed a title on Tovar.
He looks to you and goes, "I was not speaking to you, Mr. Seaborn.
Yes, but you forgot to address him as
Mr.
Etheria's
Seaborn?
ass.
You were in my house."
Kind of elbows him in the gut.
Why would you say?
Can I gag him?
I would rather you
Wait,
not in my home, please. He was, so, besides the obvious, what can I help you with? Why are you here?
Well, we got a letter from someone in your dungeon, your jailhouse. Sorry, jailhouse. My bad. About a conspiracy that she thinks is happening around here.
Ah, yes. The lovely heiress. She caused quite a stir. She caused quite a stir indeed when it came to doing things along the way of making things a problem as she went about certain ways. It is definitely one of those situations of trying to fix certain problems. We have a way of dealing with issues that come up in town, and she decided to take them into her own hands, and unfortunately she found herself in a bit of trouble. What has she brought you here to investigate? Another theory, perhaps?
Well, she just thinks it's odd that there are so many older folks moving to town. And she wanted to ask us to investigate why that might be.
Well, the town has been prospering relatively well. You know, we've been getting a lot more commerce through. We had the new clinic come up, and we've retrofitted the hospital, and they added Heaven's Gate to the southern part of town to help the older generations that live here to have a comfortable life. It's no wonder that people are been gravitating towards the town itself. I mean, what exactly were you trying to find?
I don't know what she was trying to get us to find.
Ah, yes, Mr. Tobar. The laws are strict because we wish to keep a a morally gray compass, I guess you could say, in this town of mine, where we'd like to make it comfortable for everyone who lives here. We all follow the same religious doctrine, and we all try to take care of each other the best we can. And it's sometimes when individuals tend to stray off the path, so to speak, when it comes to how they deal with themselves, using uh, unexcusable language or profanity, or doing things that are against the normal code of ethics when it comes to existing in a town such as this, where we're just looking for peace for those who wish to live here and raise their young, or just be older and have an easier retirement or an easier life as they walk along with their loved ones. So, unfortunately, we need to make sure that the laws are strict to keep those who wish to pull others down in check, so to speak. Oh no, you can be yourself. It's just we have to make sure that there are certain lines put in play. Because you are allowed to be oneself, it's just outside of the home in the public, we have to be very careful with what happens. And everyone agrees to it, hence why they're here, and why they all follow the same good book, and while we all take our ability to make sure things go smoothly. You may see them as strict, those who live here see them as a relief. It is quite a sense of relativity, if you will.
So cussing is off the table.
Certain things are off the table, definitely. But I imagine that if you were brought here by Eris, is that she's asking you to look into the good doctors that have come to town and have helped increase the livelihood of those around them.
She is. I think she's more concerned about her town than anything.
Ah, yes. Well, unfortunately, it's as much as I enjoy a good self-starter as anyone else, is just it is my place to be the one to make sure that the town remains safe, and I have gone through and spoken with these doctors and spoken to each of them individually and made sure that everything is in good faith and that there was nothing to be concerned of.
Nothing to be concerned of, even though everyone's magically being healed so or cured so easily.
It is the magic of medical technology, as I'm told, as these good doctors have brought much knowledge and skill to these areas that we were lacking once before.
Or the magic of some damn cultists.
I would watch the language, Mr. Seaborn, in my house. As I told you, I vetted the good doctors. I don't believe them to be cultists or have any of the unproclaimed doctrines in my town. I do believe that it is on the up and up from what I've seen and what I've heard.
Did all of the doctors come together?
He does not confirm nor deny that.
Cultists.
Have you ever, like, seen them together or only separate? Like,
They are quite busy. I've only been able to see them individually, as I've had to pull them away from their studies, and I don't like interrupting a specialist or someone who is a professional from their work, and so I try not to.
Not even to be taken under the spell of a cult or to lead a cult.
We don't know if it's a cult. Nosh.
Got one of those feelings.
As I've said before, I don't believe your obsession with the idea of a cult being here is founded on anything. It's, as you look outside, it is not one of a cult nature or cult behavior. Everyone is able to live freely and do what is necessary. It's just we have certain social restrictions, and other than that, we don't control anyone or force them to do anything. They live by the rules, and we provide for them as best we can with both food, shelter, medicine, as you've seen, and others.
He just grunts and just doesn't say anything else.
Well, would you mind if we take a look around just so that we can put her mind at ease?
I would not mind if you looked if to settle your own curiosity. It's just I would rather you not disturb the good doctor's work, if at all possible, as they are the backbone of our town, and if it does come to a point where you need to interrupt what they're doing or investigate much deeper than the anticipated amount, I would request that you not. Most stones are meant to be left unturned, and in this essence, I would rather not disrupt what is going well for those that exist in this town of mine, as the good doctors have helped a number of people, and that I would like for them to continue doing so.
All right. Well, we thank you for that information, and we'll be on our way.
It was, I appreciate you stopping in and speaking to me on this manner. It is very good of you to do so. Now, if you will excuse me, I'm going to go see...
Squeeze ya?
Yeah, you fucking 100% were about to say that.
I'm going to go see my son and take him outside for our daily walk. Because the sun is shining and the wind is bright, and it is a good time to go out. And so he excuses himself and he goes off into the lower area of the housing unit. And you guys are just kind of left in the foyer of the residential manor part of this building.
I think it's time to go see Dr. Barbados.
Did anything seem a little culty to you guys?
Not now. Wait until we're out of the house.
Well, because I don't want that.
let's go see
I would
this.
Go
Like-
ahead and start.
Heaven's
Yeah.
Gate.
smack him in the stomach. Make him shut up.
Pink belly.
No, she's talking about like quick little like
A
fucking.
diaphragm
Like,
jab.
Nosh, just like,
Yeah, like
No.
shut the fuck up. So yeah, I think we should. I agree with heading over to Heaven's Gate. Kind of discuss this on the way.
So, Rage and Mandy, I need you two to roll me perceptions.
Why is it only Rage and Mandy?
I'm double checking things. Hang on. Chill yourself.
I'm playing self.
You're not allowed. No for Tova.
Say 24.
23 and 24.
Damn.
Alright, Tovar, you can roll me an investigation, and Coverall, you can roll me an investigation. Based off your passives. This is just to see if you guys see anything on your way through.
For our passive perception?
No, just for your passive, you can roll me investigation, because your passive
Oh, okay.
investigation is high enough.
Wow, you suck.
Good job, Tovar.
It was on a fucking 18.
Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that.
It was.
It says 8 right there.
I got a 15.
Alright, so, we'll start with Mandy and Rage. So, Rage, as you are walking out of the manor with the rest of the group, you see a number of pictures on the wall of the mayor and his family at different events and whatnot. One of them catches your eye, a few of them specifically, that you kind of nudge Mandy as you're looking at it. They seem older, months, probably a few years, and you see that the son that he talked about taking on a walk, in one of the older pictures, seemed to be on crutches, like arm crutches, almost as if his legs had issues. You see his legs were kind of bent inward a little bit. As you find a picture that's a little bit younger, closer to the future, you see that the son is in a completely assisted wheelchair. But then as you follow the pictures coming to more recent, the son is walking, unassisted. And the son is aged from what you can guesstimate ages 8 to probably 11 in the most recent picture. And you and Mandy see this progression. And Tovar, as you're looking around, you're not seeing a whole lot. You're seeing nothing that really sparks your interest. Nothing that really makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up that you really need to look into. Kavral, though, you see in the far corner near the staircase, kind of tucked away, a pair of crutches and a wheelchair that has been folded up.
PTX, thank you for the, sorry.
How dare.
I kind of also nudge Mandy or whoever's closest to me and motion towards that and go, apparently he needed a wheelchair at some point.
You can see that the wheelchair and crutches are child-sized.
Well, I hate to admit this, guys, but I think Nosh is right. There's definitely some fuckery going on around here.
Nosh's the only one who didn't get a perception or investigation.
I
Again,
didn't
Need
either.
you.
Hello?
Oh, I thought,
I mean,
I thought you did.
Like,
Wow.
it was only him.
Finrod was jabbing you in the diaphragm, and you were getting hit
apparently
inside
fitting
diaphragm.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
I didn't need it.
Finrod's on Nosh control.
Yup.
Accurate.
yeah, Tovar needs a break.
Nobody needs a break from babysitting.
So you guys,
Literally, somebody needs to be on Nosh control.
so you guys all see that as you're walking out of the foyer back out onto the street.
Of course, he's okay with them. Makes sense.
Yeah.
The devil is... Hopefully it's not like that, but... See?
Well, now we know why he doesn't want us to go too far. I guess you're babysitting. Yep. I'm gonna make sure your hand stays to that latch. on your belt.
Damn it.
Hmm.
I really
Yes,
just want to
I
cut.
would have turned over every rock.
I was gonna say, I'm a barbarian. I fucking don't leave rocks unturned.
No, I'm just more suspicious now of what's going on.
I just pick up
Ready to go
context
to-
clues and say too much.
Heaven's Gate and see what we find there now.
Nosh, you gotta work on subtlety.
Yeah, Nosh doesn't do that. Nick does. Nosh doesn't.
Yeah. Well, you need to
You gotta
fucking.
bash his head one time again, so he's at the subtlety.
Eloquence.
Right.
Yeah. Fucking. Here, hold on. That way it doesn't go undone.
Are you bonking me here now?
No.
I see an athletic check.
Oh, no.
15.
No more bonks. You guys
I don't
are on the
like
street.
9.
I just had to do it as a fucking joke. But
I'm just saying.
Everyone's go with
69.
going to Heaven's Gate, though.
the instant
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Let's go.
bonking.
Guys, we're going to my job.
What?
I'm working a retirement home.
Hospice care, yeah.
Oh, your actual job.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens when you don't change your voice at all for your character.
Well, would you like me to?
No.
No, Seaborn. At your service.
Damn. Phantom making the rounds.
Oh, man. Hitting me with a hydrate. Yeah, so
Eat 'em.
you guys make your way down to Heaven's Gate. So yeah.
But yeah, definitely some culty vibes.
So you guys get to Heaven's Gate and you see that it's a large building, but nothing out of peculiarness. You walk up and you see that there's a number of residents sitting outside on a bench talking. There's a few at some tables playing what looks to be chess and checkers and other games. And that even as you approach the door, looking through it as the doors are open, you can see that the residents just seem to be walking around in relatively good health. Significantly easier moving around than someone of their age group should be. All of them either eating, socializing, doing classes such as arts, doing essentially exercise classes such as cycling or otherwise using what looks to be very crude stationary bikes, small weights. It looks like a pretty good place to be, and everyone seems relatively happy. There doesn't seem to be any kind of... I mean, there seems to be some people that seem to be apathetic to it, but, I mean, always you're not seeing anyone, crotchety, angry, outright psychotic. Like, it all seems to be normal. Just people seem excited and or happy to be here.
Okay. Well,
This almost seems too happy for a
Mandy.
retirement area.
Definitely does.
Fucking bird. It's cap. Most residents are crotchety.
Yeah, that's the difference here, is that these residents don't seem that way, even though normally they would be. These do not. Isn't that weird? Seems like something that adventurers would investigate, because it seems weird, right?
Oh yeah.
I think we need to go talk with this doctor even more.
I think
nope,
we
not
seems
seeing
pretty
this.
normal. Let's go home, guys.
Yeah, we're good to go. Let's
Yeah.
leave.
No.
Work's done.
I don't see shit.
Me Goliath, eat rocks.
So
Right.
are we
Damn it,
rolling
not everybody is
perception on
fucking
this or something,
Fox
or-
Machina.
Burn,
Fox
Burner,
eggs.
Burn, are you okay?
I'm fine.
What's this building made out of?
Wood.
Wood.
Would you like to know?
God.
Ah. It's made out of like wood and stone. Very old school.
Wait.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Made out of a very
Christ.
old school. Bird. Made out of a very old school cathedral construction, stone and wood. Kind of building it up that way. It's nothing of.
Why am I hearing ducks?
I'm gonna kick someone in the goddamn head. I swear. Thunder starts to trek.
I want to burn it down. Can I burn it down?
Why?
Why do you want to burn
Well,
it down?
one, it's a cathedral.
Burn it to the
It's
ground.
a converted cathedral. It
Okay,
used
so
to be a
you-
church, and they gutted it and they renovated it into a retirement home because it was the largest building in the town.
We can pull an Olga of Kiev and get all the doctors and the mayor and stuff in there, and then burn it down.
Why?
Whoa, now.
And that's where we're at our section for the night.
Someone's having too much fun with that soundboard.
I don't know what you're doing. I have so many concerns.
Oh, Burn just looks defeated.
I am physically defeated. You start to hear thunder overhead. The smiting will continue until morale improves.
I don't know. I think morale's pretty great at this point.
My morale. Until my morale improves.
Would you like to get smoked? Get smited?
Smoten?
Smitten?
I mean, we can go back to the jail cell and make you fucking roleplay as your wife's character somewhere.
Yeah.
I want to hear some actual dialogue, bro.
So you walk into Heaven's Gate.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
And as you walk in, you see a number of residents just kind of hanging around as I described before. You see a receptionist behind the desk, a few nurses walking around, and a looks to be a dark elf or drow in a doctor's coat, just working with some of the residents as he's just kind of walking around checking on folks.
Okay.
Well, that's not a sight you see every day. Where the fuck is this duck?
The fuck is going on?
Tovar's just playing a duck noise and Coverall's role playing it. I'm not sure what makes it better or worse.
I don't even hear the duck noise.
Is that the Discord soundboard?
Yes. God. Salty.
I'm not
You
even
probably have
hearing
it
it.
off then,
Yeah.
You didn't hear
because
that?
you can make it be off if you want it to be off.
I haven't heard a single one.
Not the oohs or anything.
No, I have my own storyboard, yeah.
Or that.
So,
Can I roll investigation?
sure, if you want,
I was gonna roll perception as well.
you can also do
Alright.
that.
So, Coverall and I will roll perception this
Jesus
time.
fucking Christ.
So, Rage, you don't find anything of major interest. You kind of take a look around, you investigate some minor things, but nothing really piques your interest or looks odd or out of place. The only
I'm surprised
thing
my
that
fucking eyes didn't just melt out of my socket without them.
you see that the room is made of room.
Oh no.
The floor is made of floor.
This floor is made of floor. No, you look around. You don't see anything of major interest. You do see that most of the male residents seem to have wedding bands on their fingers, and that the female residents seem to have lockets or some form of necklace that you would imagine would hold a picture of their loved ones in it. As you're just kind of you're moving around rather quickly, looking at different things. For Kavral and Tovar, as you guys just kind of look around and listen, you see that it is much to your confirmation from what Rage sees. Is that a lot of it's a room. The room is made of room. But you see that again, as I said before, the residents seem very happy. The conversations they're having are about seeing their loved ones, being excited for Fridays because that's when all their families come down. They have a big whole, like, everyone goes in the courtyard and they talk to their loved ones. It's a whole big thing. They're talking about what it's going to be on for dinner tonight and how they're excited for it. They talk about how, like, the nurses are really nice and how some of them are new here and that they're trying to figure out what they can do, what amenities there are. You do also hear a lot of conversation of a lot of the residents talking about how their life was really down ever since blank passed away. And they came here and they've been feeling a lot better. And so between you two and Rage kind of making a very basic look around, you guys can pretty much confirm that most of the people here are either widows or widowers.
Okay, out of character, you can fucking ask for one.
What?
That's to Bird.
Oh, to me?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, out of character. Like, you can just fucking ask for one.
What if I just want all of them?
Oh my fucking god.
Wait. So
Let him play his character.
Fine.
Bird, did you want to do something?
I was gonna try to take all the trinkets, but Rage got heads, so I flipped the coin for it. So I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Rex's.
Yeah. He was talking about fucking stealing the fucking trinkets, and I was saying I will bonk you again, and then he's like, "Oh, I have a coin next to me, heads or tails," and I was like, "I choose bonk."
Choose bonk. Rexus, you had something?
I was going to say something, but I forgot that I did not add that spell to my active spells at the beginning of the session. It's not currently active, so never mind.
Sag. I gave you all that time to prepare, too. How dare you?
Well, I just got there and I scrolled down. I was like, oh wait, no, it isn't there. Shit.
The curse of having prepared spells.
Yeah. I do have another one that would be useful, but not for what I was just thinking.
Fair enough.
Yeah, technically Rage was agreeing with you, so if you landed on what he called, then you should do it.
I was thinking, oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, he called heads, and I got heads.
Well, if you look in Salty's chat, I said I kind of agree with you.
Yeah, I saw that. Alright, I'm gonna go for it.
Alright, roll me sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Sleight of hand at disadvantage?
Because you have one hand.
Yeah, because it's...
Oh, I have one arm. That's right.
It's one arm and it's fucking broad daylight.
And that one.
A bunch of fucking... Oh
Awesome. Awesome.
This is gonna be good.
Oh.
This is gonna be awful.
Where is my book? I need my book. Where is my thing? Oh, yes.
Oh, for the fails.
Mm-hmm.
Can it just be like I trip him as he starts to go?
No.
Because I was against it.
No. This is
No,
him
Probably
being
got
the
something
stupid.
really good.
This is character development, ladies and gents. Rage is on my side for once.
You lose 2 points in your charisma.
I lose 2 charisma points?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't mean to throw a charisma. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, you lose 2 points of charisma until either your party trusts you again, or you go and repent for your sins.
Well, I'm not repenting.
Nosh,
Yeah.
just want to throw this out there. I mean, we got 8 fate points.
I want to roll again.
All right, you want to burn a fate? All right.
I haven't used one yet.
Might as well.
I mean, for a nat 1.
Yeah.
18 and 18 and 18.
18 and 18. All right, so you don't lose your charisma points. Unfortunate. But what does happen is that you go to try and steal from, I imagine, because there's no trinkets laying around, they're just on people. So you try to go and steal from a person who's just kind of mind their own business. And you go reach into their pocket and you pull out like their coin purse, like off their hip as you're walking by with your one good hand that isn't tied to your waist. And as you're walking away, you are grabbed on the arm by one of the other residents going, "Sonny, is that yours?" As you see a older elf sitting at the table next to the person you try to steal the coin purse from.
I start speaking in Elvish.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold
Wait,
on.
did
You were trying to steal fucking coin purses now? I
No,
thought you were trying to steal their fucking necklaces and shit.
I was going for
Yeah, the
trinkets.
necklaces are the rings, yeah.
You gotta be sure to tell him that.
Oh, I thought
The
I
way he
did.
just
Okay.
doesn't think that
You
want
said
to
trinkets.
Yeah. He was talking about the trinkets
for-
that you were
yeah.
fucking pointing out to us about the ring and the fucking necklaces.
I thought I
Like the
mentioned that.
locket.
I must have just typed it.
So
Yeah,
let me put it this way. So if you try to do that with your 18, with your one good hand, you're still going to get seen by this resident as you're doing it because they beat your sleight of hand by a lot with their perception.
They're old.
Jesus. Yeah, but they're spry.
No, it's not them being spry, it's just them seeing it. The person they stole it from doesn't notice. The person near them sees it happen. Much like if one of you is being pickpocketed, someone could try to see if it's a thing and catch them in the act or see where they went afterwards.
Can I try to talk my way out of it?
Sure.
Do I have to roll persuasion or do you want to
Yes.
just like... Okay.
It depends on what you're going to say.
I was going to say, I just wanted to... Ah, shit, hold on. I gotta think about this.
So as you feel stuck in this situation, as you're thinking with your brain bits, you feel a warm
These brain bits
sensation
that are messed up.
in your pocket,
They're healed.
where
Are they
the
though?
amulet you lifted off those priests is still, and that you feel a connection to this amulet of some sorts, as almost if it's yearning for you to put it on, as if knowing that you're in a tight spot.
I want to feed into that because I obviously, like, you know, playing character. I want to feed into that and kind of put it on and say, "Oh yeah, this is mine. I must have just like dropped it or left it somewhere."
All right, so with the one necklace still in hand, you go and you simply do a quick pocket switch with the amulet you stole from the priest. So it's to basically do a nice little bait and switch to kind of play the part. And so you put it on, and they clearly see that it looks nothing of what was taken. And so they nod off, and they go, "Ah, okay." And so give me persuasion.
Oh, nat 20.
Awesome.
23, baby.
Now, with the amulet on, what are you going to say?
These are not the droids you were looking for.
Jesus Christ.
God damn it! Don't
With-
say shit like that
with-
because then it's gonna become canon. Just
With
like
the
that'll do,
amulet
pig.
on, you feel that when you try to lie, nothing comes out. That you can only speak truths. And
Give
though
a vague truth.
that's still a truth. And that you seem that your persuasion will be better, as you seem to be able to come up with an answer much better, and it seems to be taken much better than what would usually happen. But you originally tried to say that you weren't trying to take someone's necklace, and you try to say the words, and it just stops. No noise comes out of your mouth until you start thinking of what the true answer actually is.
I had a necklace in my pocket, and I decided I was going to wear it. I didn't know when I was going to put it on, so I decided to put it on now.
They look at you quizzically and go, you young people, not able to keep your wits about you. Sorry to interrupt you. And they go back to eating their pudding.
Pudding.
Their what?
I love the way that he fucking said it to your pudding.
The pudding.
That was a shitty answer.
And so you go back to the party, and you have the necklace in your pocket, and you're wearing the amulet around your neck, the silver one that you pilfered. And you're now standing in front of the party.
So I figured out what the necklace that I had a while back does.
What necklace?
You've had
are
a
you talking
necklace?
I did. I just never decided to look at it, apparently.
about? Where did you get the necklace from?
I don't remember.
You remember, and that's a
Shit.
lie. So you
That
would
was
try
wrong.
to say, I don't remember, and nothing would come out. You would say the truth of that you stole it from those priests when they resurrected that hero, and their backs were turned as everyone was leaving.
That's right. That's where I got it from. I stole it from priests.
In Blair
way
Shore.
back. Yeah, in Blair Shore the first time we were there.
So
Who the hell was on
the
Nosh
reward-
control?
the reward that they were gonna give us, you stole before they could give it to us?
I forgot that I stole it before anyone saw. Yeah, no one saw anything. I also have rings in my pocket, which I don't know why I'm telling you that, but
You seem to be forced to say those words.
And you have
know-
the rings too? When are you gonna tell us about this?
well, you're figuring it out now. But I also got a amulet from one of the people here.
No. We're not gonna gloss over this. So you stole something that was supposed to be a reward for the party, and decided not to tell us about it.
I don't know if it was a reward for the party per se, or something that just caught my eye.
They said they were gonna give it to us, but they couldn't find them.
Hey, Nosh.
Right.
Nosh.
What?
Quick question, Nosh.
Quick answer.
Do you remember that very chill touch that you once had so very long ago?
Yeah, I do actually.
You want to
Man,
feel
I
it
think
again?
you should remind him again. Just remind him.
Gogo's just standing behind cracking his knuckles.
I think we
Hold
should
on,
take care
hold
of
on.
this.
Hold on.
I think we should take care of this later. We got stuff at hand. There's a task at hand.
No,
You shut
I
up.
think we have
You
enough
shut
time.
Josh,
I
you
think
shut
I
your
should
mouth.
chill touch your ass.
Hold on.
Whatever happens, I want to try to dodge it.
We have a mission to do. Let's focus on the mission at hand,
you.
and then we can beat up Nosh.
Yes.
No, Tor, are you
For
really
hiding
there
in
for
front of the
this?
party.
And you don't know
Task at
what we had to do.
Task at hand
So
first.
this is gonna happen now.
Again, we're in the middle of a fucking. Wait. Until afterwards. This will cause a scene.
Thank you, Tovar, for being the voice of reason.
Shut up, you.
I am perfectly fine with causing a scene at this moment. So, as I was saying,
Fucking
when
God.
were you gonna tell us about this?
You're finding out now.
No. When were you planning on telling us about this?
I don't know.
The true answer is never.
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 You guys see Nosh's face kind of contorted as he's telling you guys these answers. As you see, like, there's a conflict in his head as he's trying to say one thing and something else is coming out of his mouth.
That's just me normally.
Well, even more so than normal. Because around you guys, he seems pretty comfortable in how he says certain things, but right now he seems contorted, where he seems to be fighting between trying to say one thing and then another word comes out almost as being forced.
All right,
Oh,
Nosh.
say that's a handy necklace. We should have him keep it.
Yeah.
Pain.
I don't know.
It's more of a punishment than anything else right now.
You try to say that and nothing comes out. You actually say that it's a relief to not hide behind your facade anymore.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
I know your backstory. You can't bullshit me.
Damn mercenary backstory.
Oh, well, there you have it. From his very lips.
Yo.
You can see that
Gets to
the
keep it and wear it. But I think he should give us back the rings.
I have a lot of rings in my pocket.
nothing comes out. You have 2 rings in your pocket. They're in your left pocket specifically.
There are some rings in one of my pockets that I have on my person.
Which
I'm
pocket?
just doing random rolls, don't mind me.
Can I roll perception to see if he gives away which pocket it is?
There is a
You're
pocket
not
on my
rolling
person.
random rolls. You're trying to stop this entire encounter.
I
That
mean,
was a
know what you're
fucking
doing.
normal
Rage.
D20.
Rage, you ask him what pocket. Nosh, you have to answer him.
A
What do
pocket
you-
on my body.
You
Which
have to
pocket of your
answer
body?
specifically.
Left side jacket pocket. Shit.
Left side jacket pocket.
Didn't you? How do you
Alright.
Take the rings out. Have a look at them.
How do you get the dice board thing on Owlbear?
It's the
Oh,
up where it says party, the little square next to it. You click
Yeah.
on the square.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And then you can also expand that out further with the double arrows.
So yeah, so Nosh, you tell him what pocket. Rage, you simply reach in and take the 2 rings out of the pocket.
Hey, I wanted those.
I'm sure you did. Alright, I'm going to. Can I. What, would it be an investigation or something to see what they are,
Yes.
possibly? Okay. 13.
13. Alright, so you can see that the first one seems to be a silver ring with carvings in it that look like cat eyes. Not entirely sure what it is, but if you can connect the dots, you can probably imagine it. If you are able to, you think it's probably something to do with, darkness, twilight, something on that line. Roll again for the next one.
Alright. Ooh, that's a 2.
That's a 2.
You have no idea what that second ring is. You can tell that it seems to have it seems to be a larger signet ring, with the signet being crossed swords, and it seems to be a brass ring with inlaid gems on the side. But it seems to be extremely worn, with cuts and nicks in the brass, probably from previous wearers.
What's he rolling right now? Investigation on that?
Yeah, he's just basically trying to see if he can figure out what they are based on visual markers.
Are we doing this in the middle of a retirement home?
It's just Coverall silently looking over the rings as you are being stared down by rage.
By the entire party, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing dwarf things.
And then while they're doing that, I want to look at the other trinket that I swiped.
It's a locket. And you
Oh.
open said locket, and it has a picture of the person that you stole the locket from and what you would assume to be their husband.
Nice.
It's a silver locket. Congratulations. It's worth, like, 2 gold pieces.
Didn't he have a amulet? Like a second amulet?
No, he just had the one.
Yeah, I did a bait and swap, and I got my I put that amulet that is fucking me over right now. I want to put it on.
Oh, I thought there was 2 amulets and a couple rings.
Ambulance.
No, it's he
Amulet.
stole the one amulet and
Oh,
the 2
my buddy.
rings, and then he just stole the
Bam, bam.
locket and then used the amulet in his pocket as a bait and switch.
Are we able to roll investigation to see if we know what the fucking other ring is?
I was gonna say, I'll mention that I think sorry, brother. This one has cat's eyes. I think it probably has something to do with dark vision, so not really useful to me, but maybe to one of you guys.
I could use it.
Out
was
of
gonna say,
character,
or-
everyone literally has dark vision minus Nosh.
I don't
Yeah.
think I do. Do I?
Yes, as a Goliath, I believe you do.
I do not.
I don't
Just
think
saying,
I
guys.
did.
I might have needed that.
Where would that be at?
It'd be right under your senses, so like your passive wisdom and perception, it would say right there. And
Then
that.
I do not.
You do not. Okay.
Oh, well, I'll hand it over to Tovar then. Here, try this out.
Well,
Does it fit Tovar's fingers?
Does
It seems to mold over your fingers pretty well, and seems to sit comfortably on whatever finger you put it on, and nothing happens.
Oh, maybe I
We're
do
not
have
really
dark
in a dark
vision?
area right now, so
No, I don't. Never mind.
It's also still daylight outside, so that would
Well-
also kind of put a damper.
not mean anything.
Yeah. What about the other one?
and that one I'd hand over to Mandy and say, "Can you have a look at this? I can't make heads or tails of this."
I mean, yeah, I can take a look at it. I got an 18 on my investigation of it.
So, you don't recognize the markings on it. You do see that it is a ring of combat to some extent, and that it is worn significantly. But for how it works, it doesn't seem to you can't really make heads or tails of the magic behind it. You know that it's probably non-malicious for your investigation, but you don't recognize what it is. It's not in the catalog of magical items that you've run into.
Maybe a soldier could look at it.
So, quick question before you continue with what you're saying. So, the amulet that I have on, is that the amulet of the Silver Tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Should I just add that?
Yes.
Okay. All I needed.
Yep, so you can take a look at it, Tovar, if they let you.
Just waiting for an answer.
Yeah, Mandy's the
Yeah.
one who has it right now.
I mean, here you go. Take a look. I toss it at him.
Fuck's sake.
Oh no.
You
My
get the
goodness.
same idea as what Mandy had, is that it looks like a
no.
ring that was worn by someone who had seen a lot of combat. But again, how it works and what it does, who's to say?
Holy Moses.
Ah, shit. I guess give it here. Let's see it. I'll put it on and see what it does. Give
I
it
was
a
just
sec.
gonna say, who wants to just put it on and see what it does?
I will.
What
Oh my god, you're shiny.
Oh, I'm loving the shiny.
what would I what's the one that I ended up getting? Do we
I
know
don't
yet
think
or
it's
no?
in the homebrew. It's out of character. It's known as the Ring of Twilight, but I don't think I have it in the homebrew list yet.
Let me see.
So my deception goes from a 3 to a 9. My intimidation goes from a 6 to a 12. My
Just ring
persuasion.
at 3 wishes.
No, not a Ring of Three Wishes.
No, I was saying that's the only ring of tea
You can
that's there.
do. You can, yeah, because like I said, I haven't put in the homebrew list yet, so you can just do a custom item that says Ring of Twilight.
This gave me a lot of good stats.
Yeah.
Performance goes to a +3 to a +9, and then persuasion +3 to a +9. I got a +12 in intimidation. That's nuts.
Hmm.
Big bad Tovar, it's a big bad after all.
Oh God.
And so would you have handed the other one
Tovar
over to
could-
me, Brian?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Except Big Bad
Overall,
Tovar can still fucking kill you.
would have put that.
Yeah, so Gavral, you put the ring on, and nothing happens immediately. You feel good, doesn't feel bad in any way, shape, or form. You feel a little bit stronger in combat, where you're gonna have a +1 to hit and a +1 to your AC while wearing the ring.
Oh,
Give the fucking turtle shell the fucking more turtle shell.
But other than that, you're not sure what else it does. So I guess you'll find out. And out of character, you can put a custom item in called the Nemesis Ring.
okay.
Carval's like, this is mine now.
Mine forever.
Everybody thank Nosh for their presents.
Right.
Thanks,
Welcome.
not for
You're-
my nothing.
You're welcome.
I don't know why he's making me thank Nosh right now. I'm so
I
confused.
said everyone thank Nosh for their presents. Did you receive a present?
I did not.
Then should you be thanking him?
No, that's my point.
Okay, then.
Why are you making me thank him?
There's two people that got presents that should thank him.
Should we though?
I speak the truth, the whole
Yeah,
truth,
I was
and nothing
about
but
to
the
say,
truth.
I don't know if we should be thanking him. He's,
In a sarcastic fucking way. Like, Jesus Christ.
Rage, some brains don't work like that.
It's your words are changed when you say that. You say my brain doesn't work like that. Yeah, but you guys solving that, you guys are kind of in the retirement home, just kind of walking around and looking at things, and eventually you catch the eye of the dark elf doctor, who comes up to you and goes, "Huh, well, Evan, you don't seem old enough to be here. Visiting hours are over soon. How can I help you? My name is Dr. Barbados."
Want to make sure to fucking be right next to Nosh. That way, if he starts talking in the state that he's in right now, that like I can stop him.
I choose to keep quiet.
Well, you realize he is only speaking truths, right?
Yes. So why the hell would we tell the doctor that we're investigating them as a possible cult?
Or I
See
can just
their
say I'm
reaction.
just looking around. Because that is technically a truth.
I mean, technically, but I think it would be better if you just stay
keep your mouth
quiet.
shut.
Yeah. we've seen what that mouth do, and that mouth do a lot of bad.
The mouth be bad.
So basically, what you're saying is that it's the teeth that chew on the gumdrops.
Yes.
Should have just cut my tongue off when we had the chance.
We should have just left your fucking mouth sewn shut. Poor
I could be the Kenny of the group.
I see him just like fucking like, oh god damn it.
Y'all are
I was gonna say, I
ridiculous.
don't think Fern understands the gumdrops.
I
that
do.
story before,
I
right?
do. I also don't want to talk about it. Thanks. So you guys are now standing in front of Dr. Barbados, who's basically asking you, like, what can he help you with?
So Mandy has the story.
I have a story?
No. We're not fucking doing that right now.
Nope. Not right now. Well, we are trying to put someone's mind at ease. She seems to think that there's something nefarious going on here.
Ooh, nefarious, big word.
Dr. Nefario.
Bite me, fuckface.
He was, well, if they're concerned for their loved ones, is that they're cared for here, as you can tell. We have the best chefs and housekeepers on this side of the river that take care of our residents to the utmost degree. I don't know what else I can tell you or show you to help you with that.
Perhaps give us a tour facility.
All right, by all means, it's my rounds are essentially over. I was going to be stepping out of the on-call position here and trading out with my associate Dr. Coomer in a few minutes, and was going to be on my way. But yeah, of course, we can go ahead and just do a quick tour of the facility and kind of give you an overall understanding of what we do here. And so he takes y'all through the facility. He shows you the dining hall, the residential rooms. There is one room that's empty, so he kind of shows you where it's very much set up like a smaller apartment. You know, has a few basic things in there, a nice recliner, a bed, TV, etc. Or, well, essentially their version of a TV, radios, etc. They show you that they have a little pool. They have a workout area, an athletics area. They have an arts and crafts room where they have classes on how to do like pottery, painting, etc. It's all very normal, but all very well done. It is up there in the sense of high quality. And then he brings you to the doctor's offices where he sees the residents who have issues or otherwise, and you see a bunch of nurses walking around and taking care of residents as you see fit, and making sure that everything is ship-shape and taken care of. And you don't see anything... Thanks, Salty. You don't see anything out of the ordinary. It's a lot of the patients going through are having very small things taken care of. Dentures are broken, or they twisted their ankle during water polo, things along that line.
Fucking water polo.
But you see a lot of these residents, though, that they seem older in age and come from many different species. They all seem very spry for being in this age group, in the sense of being in the geriatric age group, essentially.
That's right now.
And he finished up the tour after bringing you through, and he basically brings you back to his office in the clinic area of the facility, and basically asks, is there anything else I can help you with? Are you satisfied with the tour? Do you have any questions?
Do you mind if we wait here with you until Dr. Crumbeard shows up?
Coomer.
And you can point out who he
His
is?
name is
Coomer.
Coomer.
I
Dr.
know his
Crumbeard.
name.
Beard. Wow.
Coomer. I was fucking... Alright? Just fucking let me be. I remembered his name. Fuck.
I want to see if there's anything that like we can notice on Barbados' person that like I'm
So
not
he
like
wants to do a perception check.
Yes, but if you let me finish, Jesus. Anything that like stands out, like sort of cultists wear like some sort of jewelry or like a tattoo of
Oh my
some sort.
god.
Sure,
Something.
roll
No,
perception.
hold on, I can't hear shit.
Sure,
No.
roll perception.
Something that sticks out that kind of like signifies that they could be part of a cult, like something that would be like matching between the top guys.
Sure,
You know what I mean?
roll perception.
Okay.
Nicely
that
done,
was-
Noto.
Oh, hey, no.
21.
21. You don't see jack shit. It's there's nothing out of the ordinary that sticks out like to you that'd be like, oh, that's cult stuff. He doesn't have any tattoos. He has a ring on that seems to be signifying where he went to study medicine. He has what looks to be a type of watch on. He has a number of writing instruments in his pocket. He has a regular nameplate. Like, nothing really sticks out. He wears no jewelry around his neck or otherwise around his wrists or on his fingers. All of his clothes seem very ordinary and straightforward. No tattoos, no symbols, no anything odd or that would stick out. Even along his desk or in his office, there's nothing that sticks out of the ordinary that would in your head trigger a cult response, essentially.
All right.
I still ask the question.
He goes, as much as I would like to stay and wait with you for Dr. Coomer to show up, I have my own obligations to get to, and I'm already 30 minutes late to go and give him report on the current patient's whereabouts and what needs to be done for the nightly shift. And so, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to be going off to the lounge to speak with him in person, make sure he has all of the paperwork in order, and go about my day.
I don't fucking believe him.
Corporal is going
Can I-
to cast. Sorry, where was I supposed to get?
So I was
I'm going to
rolling
cast
insight.
Zone. I was going to cast Zone of Truth.
Yeah, it's you cast Zone of Truth as you're rolling, you're investigating with your insight, and you cast Zone of Truth as he notices you doing it, and he goes, I have to go speak with Dr. Cooper in the doctor's lounge. I mean, I need to go trade off report with him. If he doesn't have my reports, then he can't do his job.
Sorry, I should have specified it was discreetly.
Yeah, it's
the way, no.
It's more. It's even though it is still discreetly, he would still answer your questions. He's not intimidated by it. He just looks and goes, "Yeah, I still have to go do my job." Like,
I was going to cast Zone of Truth because I was going to ask him a question.
I mean, you can ask him another question, of course. But Tovar, you feel like he's telling the truth. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. He seems to want to go talk to Dr. Coomer because there are regulations in play where he can't discuss patient records in front of non-cleared personnel, and he has to go do his job.
While Coverall is asking this next question, I want to lean over and quietly tell Tovar that I'm going to wild shape into a mouse again and follow him so that I can listen to what he and Dr. Coomer are talking about.
And
Kind of just like
after-
fucking listens and just like doesn't fucking really like like do anything that would like show that like I was agreeing with her, but like I don't know, it's weird, like not like nonchalantly nod, but like like
Yeah, I
the way
understand what
that
you're doing.
yeah.
Yes. And then, Coverall, you had a specific question you wanted to ask.
It's Corporal was just going to ask. No, this is a little bit off topic, sorry, but before you go quickly, our friend here had an injury, and we went to the clinic, and the serum, it was called, that they used, it was very effective. What? Is it a concentrated healing potion, or, like... Pardon my curiosity, it worked very quick.
It is a concentrated serum that has been synthesized from residual life forces that we found through alchemical means. It's very straightforward in the sense of that we're basically trying to utilize the healing medications found in healing potions to their fullest extent, where we're making them more efficient by finding ways to essentially create a more potent variant that puts life force back into the patients. And it essentially, at the base level, uses life force of one to another. It's a transfer medium.
Fascinating.
So, are you taking the life force from old folks and transferring it to people who need to be healed?
We're not taking it from anybody.
So you would say it's being freely given.
I guess in a way you could say that life force is given regardless, but if you had to put a label on it, yes.
Well, that was all my questions. Anybody else?
I was just very curious, as I had never seen a potion, or a serum, as you call it, function like that before.
He stands up and he goes to leave, and before he leaves out of the zone, he goes, "That's because it is not of this plane. Now, if you'll excuse me," and he walks out of the room towards the doctor's lounge.
Ah, that's an interesting little tidbit.
And I would like to shift into a mouse and run after him.
Yeah, so you follow him as a mouse. Give me a dex save. To use your mousy legs to their mouse extent.
Wow, that's a 4. That was bad.
So you don't make it into the lounge as he steps into the door and the door closes behind him. But as you do get close enough that you can smell and listen, you have the familiar scent you smelt before, non-discernible as it was in the clinic. But you do hear two voices that seem to go back and forth as discussing reports. Give me perception. I'll say at advantage because you're a mouse.
16 and 8.
Alright, so with the 16, you're able to tell that the reason you've been having issues separating the scents is that it's just one. Though it's slightly changed every time you've gone to a different place with one of these doctors, it is relatively the same.
Interesting.
And as you patiently wait outside the door, sniffing and looking as best you can, listening intently, the door opens once again, and out steps a old human with very traditional Albert Einstein-esque hair, who wears the name tag of Dr. Coomer on his doctor's coat, and with a very thick clipboard walks towards the residential hall, giving you a chance to sneak into the lounge. And once you're inside the lounge, you see very much the same that you saw at the clinic. 4 desks, a coat rack with 3 coats on it, with an assortment of hats, 2 pairs of shoes of different sizes instead of 3 from the clinic, with a small dresser for clothes. All 4 desks having a different nameplate, as well as different names written on the papers.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I would like to leave.
Alright, and as you go to leave, you see that in the corner of the room is a tall mirror mounted on the wall. It seems to be just to the left as you're coming up to the door.
Can I look into the mirror before I leave?
Yeah, you look into the mirror, because I imagine you're going to unwild shape to open the door, yes?
Yes.
So you unwild shape, and you stand in front of the mirror, and it looks to be just a mirror. It reflects you perfectly. Doesn't seem to be any discerning factors about it, no sigils or anything. It just seems to be a mirror.
I don't like it. It's fishy.
You could investigate or roll Arcana.
Yeah, I want to roll Arcana. That's a 16.
So, using what senses you have to sense for magic, you sense none in this mirror specifically. If anything, you feel a residual tinge of magic in the air around the mirror, almost as if something happened near it, but not on it.
Does he ever sleep?
There doesn't seem to be a bed or anything in there. There seems to be a small couch, but nothing of the sort to explain if he sleeps here or they sleep here.
And how many of these doctors were there?
4.
Okay. I go to leave.
Alright, you go to leave, and as you open the door, you come face to face with Dr. Coomer.
Yo, homie.
His eyes get very wide as he sees you coming out of the doctor's lounge. And I need you to roll me a wisdom save at advantage because you're an elf.
Oh, look at you trying to charm me. Well, that's a 21. Or an 18.
Alright. So let me pull this up. If it will do it. Come on, computer. Alright, so that's that one. And then I need this one. Make sure that I'm doing it correctly. Alright, so you seem to sense that as he looks into your eyes that you feel like something is pulling on the back of your head, but you're able to resist it. And
It's that same sensation from before, when I stepped in front of Tovar's axe. Weird.
yeah. And so you have that same feeling as if breaking through some kind of mental pull And when he sees you not really fall into a line, he simply takes 2 fingers, puts them against your forehead, and pushes you into the room as... Bump, 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 bump. Oh, no, I gotta get rid of that dice. Shit.
Did any of us notice this?
Yeah, like, would I have noticed that she had been gone for a while or no?
Like, because we knew what she was doing, right?
Well,
Yeah.
I did. And
At
then,
the very
yeah, I
least,
would've
Tovar did.
told
He
you
probably
guys.
would have
Yeah,
said something.
so you would, Tovar, you would know that she's been gone for a minute. Mandy, as he puts his fingers against your forehead and pushes you in, you start to feel very drowsy very quickly. As you kind of fall onto the couch as he pulls up a chair and sits in it. And Tovar, you would recognize... Yeah, that's why the amount of hit points that it took got halved.
Oh, okay.
That's why she's feeling drowsy, not asleep.
I didn't know how the rules for that worked.
It was more of just how I'm going to roll it for this, because otherwise it's a lot more dice rolls, and this is fun for narrative. Anyway. So you feel that going on. And Tovar, you recognize that she's been gone for a hot minute.
I think we should go check on Mandy. She's been gone a little bit too long.
Hey, agree.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't even seen a doctor walk back this way either.
She was going to go investigate them, so lots of more fishy.
I agree.
Yeah, so you guys step up out of Dr. Barbados' office, and you start walking down the hall towards a door that says the Doctor's Lounge. And inside you hear a voice, or well, 2 voices. You hear what sounds like one person speaking to a very drowsy Mandy. As the voice asks... Go ahead.
I get ready to knock with my mace.
Get ready to knock with my foot.
Knock with my foot! As you guys are listening, as Mandy, Dr. Kramer seems to start asking you questions, as he seems flustered and surprised as you start to see parts of his facade start to warp and kind of move out of place. Like, the color doesn't seem to stay, of his hair doesn't stay the same in all the same parts. Like, his eyes are shifting colors, like his eyebrows are kind of moving in odd ways. As he goes, why were you in here?
I'm either really drunk or your face is doing weird things.
Never mind that. Why were you in here?
But how many people have you charmed?
Just the one. You, the intruder that was in my office. Why were you in here?
I mean, this is several people's office. Maybe I was looking for somebody else, not you.
How'd you get in, since that I know you don't have the code?
And why? How would you know I don't have the code?
Because I've never seen you around here until today. Color me surprised that someone would have the code to an office that I have all of my patient records in, and then I found them walking out of it like they own the place. Doesn't that give me some kind of questions?
You're acting like you're the only one that uses this office. What if somebody else needed me to grab something for them?
Do you work here?
I could work for somebody.
You see him leaning closer and goes, I know who you are, Mandy. I know your compatriots are outside the door right now. And so I'm trying to ask you in a nice, collected manner, why were you in the office?
Well, we told you that we were looking into uh what did we say? I don't even remember now. Brain.
Technically, we didn't tell him anything.
Did we not tell him anything?
No, this is the
Well,
first time
not
you've met
Coomer.
Dr. Coomer.
No, this is Coomer.
Well, we told your boss? That would be his boss, right?
Coworker, boss, whatever.
I would
Coworker,
say his
colleague,
boss.
colleague.
Mm-hmm.
We told your colleague that we were looking into what was going on with the serum and Heaven's Gate and why so many people were able to give a very specific date as to when they were going to die.
So you decided, out of your own volition, to break multiple regional laws, break into an office that has confidential, classified patient documentation, look around at your own leisure, and then leave, all due to investigating a conspiracy about the patients dying on a specific date of their choosing in a retirement home that has hospice care.
Well, it doesn't seem like these people should necessarily be in hospice care. Seems like they are very spry for their ages.
And that makes you their patient advocate because
We're the heroes of Etheria, and we care about the people here.
yes, you're the heroes of
If-
Etheria. You have the clearance to look at anyone's medical records at any point. You can tell when Jerry had genital warts for 3 months. Of course, I forgot. Being heroes of the realm, you can just break regional laws whenever you want. I'm trying to take care of people who are at the end of their rope and wish to live a comfortable life for as long as they wish. They pay me nothing. They get everything, including care, from me and the other doctors and nurses on staff. And so you have decided to take it upon yourself to break again into a locked office full of confidential medical records to prove that a conspiracy is not happening. Is this correct?
No. I didn't look at any records.
He kind of furrows his brow and he pinches the bridge of his nose and he goes, You are in a room that no one is supposed to go in unless they are specifically medical certified and cleared by the region to be a practicing medical professional because they would have access to these record levels. By doing so, you've broken regional laws, multiple conduits, specifically Section 3.1b, 3.2a, and 3.7c. All of those will get you locked in Black Marsh Keep for the rest of your days if you are proven to be doing it in a malicious fashion. Do you understand that what you are doing is incorrect? I am trying to run a good Samaritan retirement home in a place where people were suffering.
Hmm. See, this is where you get me, because you keep saying you're running it, but I'm pretty sure wasn't Dr. Barbados the main doctor here?
I have the night shift, he has the day shift. Dr. Silverscale will rotate in as necessary. Dr. Brenner will rotate in as necessary when they're not needed at the clinic, and vice versa. We don't need more than one doctor on staff per shift. That's not how it works. We're not an emergency department. We don't need 4 people to run a trauma. So excuse my semantics when I'm usually the one here running the place when he is gone.
And what happened to him?
He left for the day.
Hmm.
What do you think he did? He
Left
poofed
from where?
from the building?
There's only one door out of here, right?
Yes,
That
there is a
single
door
door?
in the room. What about it?
Well, I saw him walk in here. I didn't see him walk out. So where did he go?
How am I supposed to know what Dr. Barbados does on a day-to-day basis? Do you think I have enough time to ask questions when I have 60, 70 residents that need my care on a consistent day-to-day? If the man wants to poof himself out of existence to leave a building, I'm not going to question him if it means he saves his legs from walking. I am not that man, therefore why the hell would I care of how he gets home?
I mean, it's seeming likely that you are he. You know, with all the face bits going on.
He leans back in his chair with a big sigh. And he yells to the door, "The code is 8532. Just come in. I can hear you panting and rubbing your mace against the door frame."
I was getting ready to be tossed.
I was waiting. I was like, why are you people being so fucking awful at this? Just come in.
We were prepping to throw me.
Waiting to roll
Yeah,
to knock the
waiting.
down.
At any
I was-
any point in that, you could have been like, I want to knock the door in.
We were
I was
listening.
thoroughly enjoying the struggle that you were having with this doctor, though. It was
We
great.
were we were trying to see like what the hell was going on. We were trying to be smart instead of just fucking running Nosh's head through a door.
In the middle of a retirement home.
Yeah, I don't want to give people heart attacks.
Then you will need more than one doctor on staff, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, Corel puts the code in and opens it.
He goes, "Just come in, please."
Like how there's a fucking pin locked door.
Magical rune codes, son.
That's normal.
Yeah.
He goes, "Close the door behind you. This is still a regionally protected area, or so I thought before I found your friend in here." And as you guys enter into the room, you can see that Dr. Krumer is having issues with his face. Where parts of his hair are not staying the same color, his eyebrows are kind of fucky looking, his eyes are different colors. He's having a time.
What the fuck is wrong with your face?
I am
Having
very
a identity
stressed,
crisis.
and I'm having issues with trying to explain what I'm doing here. So if I'm going to explain it once. Surprise, my name's not Dr. Coomer. And as I would imagine, that this won't leave this room as I'm not being malicious. And as he stands up out of his chair, puts it back in the desk, and steps away from you, you see his body start to shift drastically.
What the hell?
He takes his doctor's coat off, he lays it on the desk, and you see his body shift. Where you see horns come out of his head as his hair turns from white to slicked back black. His skin becomes a dark gray ash. His eyes are a grayed out with light pupils in it. And he turns as you see wings have begun to sprout out of his back as you see them tear out of his button down as he sits down in another chair. As he kicks off his shoes and you see that cloven hooves have replaced what his feet were. And he looks at you and goes, "This is me. My name is Andreas. And I am a succubus."
Oh, I was thinking changeling, so was salty.
I am also a certified medical professional.
Wait, pause.
No, hooves.
Hold on. God damn it. Aren't succubus female?
Succubus can be either. They're technically
Can they?
shapeshifters.
God.
Yes.
It's just the emotions they feed off of are different.
The charm.
Well, no, because you have succubus and incubus.
In D&D, they are either. A succubus can
Okay.
change form to basically fit the emotion they want to pull out of their victims. There are
Okay.
incubus, which are a specific type of demon, but a succubus is basically someone who feeds off emotions, where it's just someone who is a form shifter.
Oh, okay, so it's different than... Okay. That's why I was confused.
You do
like-
have that separation, but in this instance, it's just like a category.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he sits in front and he goes, "Yeah, my name is Andreas, I'm a succubus, and I have a PhD in medical science. What do you want?" And that's where we end the session.
Alright.
That's out of the bag.
You son of a bitch.
Succubus is out of the bag.
No. No. God damn it. You finally fucking used one. I'm pretty sure I sent you this one. Or a video of it.
I'm not sure if you did or not. This is one that Carson helped design, so who's to say? She does
Yeah,
like to
'cause-
delve into the TikToks and whatnot.
That's fair enough. Cause yeah,
Yeah,
it fucking
accurate.
basically like giving the party. It was like it's the Dirty 20 guy. The one with the dreads and shit, and he's talking about like the succubus and giving the party a moral decision to, like, he basically will, the succubus will go through to different houses and shit, but like it's a little bit different on here, you know, and like basically like their dying wish, like they make it easier for them to fucking like take away pain from somebody else or some shit like that. But I like it though. I like it because now we're stuck with the dilemma.
Yeah, because you're staring down someone who actually has a medical degree and just happens to be a succubus and is like, "Why? What do you want?"
Why are you causing this chaos for no reason?
"I'm literally helping people. What the fuck do you want from me? You literally pushed me into a corner."
Yeah.
So I picked up someone's amulet for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically you picked up someone's locket and then put on the amulet of silver tongues, and now you're stuck speaking truths.
Damn it.
Haha.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah.
Well, at least you guys can ask me questions and I can answer it correctly.
Yes. You're basically underneath the effects of a zone of truth, basically 24/7 while that amulet is on.
All the time.
So what I was talking to Salty about, so with that, would like, for deception, because that also gave me an increase in deception.
So
would
you
I,
can
like-
deceive, but it has to be a truth that you speak.
So I can do it sarcastically.
It
Like, it's
has to
like-
be the truth. So you can, so however the person interprets it is up to them. But if you're trying to deceive and being like, were you trying to go into the West Wing? You're like, no, I was trying to go into the East Wing. And you can roll it as a deception because you were trying to get into the East Wing, but you got caught in the West one. Like, that's, like, however your situation is, you have to speak the truth. You can still roll deception because you can be trying to deceive the person in front of you or persuade them. But it has to be the truth. You cannot lie.
Okay, that makes sense.
And overall, I'm really excited for you to use that Ring of the Nemesis. That's going to be fun for me. So, out of character, have you ever played Shadow of War?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You know the Nemesis system?
Yeah.
Guess what you just put on your hand?
The
A ring
nemesis
that
system.
retracts the nemesis system.
Yes.
Oh no!
Oh, yes.
Well,
Well,
this is gonna be interesting.
roast and pepperonis.
Kills a beholder, cheated death. You just see it pop on the screen, just cheated death. Beholder.
Zargots, greater beholder. He's increased
Just
by
ends up-
3 levels.
Just ends up being a bunch of fucking zombies.
Oh no.
You're gonna
It's
like the
not
ring that
cheating.
you got too, there, Mr. Tovar.
Oh yeah?
It does something interesting. Only works at night though.
Oh no.
Turn into a wolf.
No, no. That would be funny though
Kitty cat.
because, no, it's it's not a polymorph system. Though I do have different rules and stuff that happens for people who are werewolves, lycanthropes, or philanthropes, because it's not the original idea of like, I'm a werewolf, I'm gonna murder everyone. It's like, I don't want you to see me like this because I'm just a dumb idiot that will chase a fly around the house for 6 hours or bark at the door. Like, you become like an actual, you're like a werewolf, so you're like this big monster, but you still have like basic canine instincts. So like you'll be like, light, and like you'll chase after a laser or some shit. Like,
Chase your tail.
or you'll be stuck in a tub and not able to get out, like chasing your fucking ass for 6 hours. You know.
I mean, technically, Rixus, you weren't wrong. It is shapeshifters.
Yeah, kind of.
Technically, it's just they're not doppelgangers.
Yeah.
That was an interesting night.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're gonna pick up next week for episode 15, conclusion of Heaven's Gate.
What was a nat 20? Crit hits the succubus.
Just instantly kills it.
Well, I'm done with you. Dead.
So,
I swear to God.
let's do a little do after action.
Nemesis system kicks in.
So favorite moments. Let's start with Finrod.
I do enjoy the
Finrod,
fact
who?
that, like,
Me?
the gauntlets are not that. I'm a little out of it today. The gauntlets, I like the fact that I do have to roll on them, and that I'm not just getting them right off the bat. But it's a little bit of fun. I enjoyed watching Nosh just decide to run his head into the wall on his own.
Yeah. Suddenly become eloquent and then.
Gibberish. Not anymore.
And then it's always a fun time seeing Horny Jail. So
Yeah, you can thank Carson for that one. Everyone give big ups to Carson. She's the one that designed that, as well as the
I
basic
am-
storyline.
That shit was funny.
I am assuming that you were waiting to throw me into horny jail.
No, I wasn't planning on throwing any of you in there. I made it very clear to her that I wasn't going to make Eris a really big part of this side quest because, one, I don't know how to roleplay her, because not my character. I'm not going to take the time trying to learn how to roleplay her if she's literally just going to be a quest giver. Like, you're going to see her, like, once at the beginning and then once at the end. And I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I said, if you wanted to come in and voice her at some point as like a guest experience for like a one shot, that's a whole different story. But I was like, I'm not gonna try and role play her in. But she did help design the rest of it, which is really good. Overall, favorite moments.
I mean, I do have to agree with the head bashing part, and when he unwittingly screwed himself over for somebody's keepsake by putting on the ring of the sorry, the necklace of the silver tongues. There.
Yes, it was very good. Very good. Oopsie, you reverse Uno carded yourself.
Yeah. It sucks for Bird, but at the same time, it's really funny. Like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
At least the aim looks pretty good.
Yeah, Jenna, have you
It
been?
does give you some nice benefits.
Oh yeah, it gives you some nice benefits. It has a couple caveats. Jenna, your brain hurts. Have you been enjoying the roller coaster that was this side quest? Mandy, favorite moments.
I don't have one.
Definitely the spider.
I do not like being put on the spot like that. Trying to brain. That was so hard.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Mhm.
I really
And I'm
wanted to
sitting there
break
going,
the door
"You
down. I was
three are-"
sitting there waiting to roll it, but like
Don't want to
see, like,
interrupt
was
the
any
monologue, but like
Yeah,
also
but
like
that's That's the whole reason why I didn't do anything, is because like it didn't seem like a threat. Like you were gathering information from him. So like I was waiting and listening to like what he fucking had to say.
Because for future notice, if you guys, so just so everyone's aware here at the table, is that if that ever happens where someone is separated or a group of you separated and like you're captured, quote unquote, and you're talking to someone like an NPC, bad guy, whatever, and the rest of the party's outside the door, if it starts becoming a threat, I will give you that opening because you will start hearing keywords or you'll start having that feeling, and you can either interject and just be like, hey, I would like to do this, or I will give you the opening to do so. But if it's not going to be threatening and it's more of like a back and forth between two characters, it's just going to kind of go till it pitters out, and then I'll be like, I'm going to then segue it into getting you guys in the room so then you can also talk with that NPC.
Okay.
But
Kinda
at
like
the
what you
same
just
time,
did.
it also still felt threatening.
Yeah.
I want you to understand that. You guys don't seem like it was threatening at all, but it was 100% threatening.
yeah, you were drowsy, so you weren't in a good position, but like they didn't seem to be taking any threatening action aside from questioning. So I didn't want
Not
to-
necessarily, because of the way he was talking about, like, oh, well, you know, you're doing all of this against all of these things, and you realize that you're gonna get in serious trouble, and that's very threatening. Like, in my perspective,
interpreted that as him trying to give you an out, being like, you understand that, like, if you were doing this in in malevolent intent, that you would be in jail. So like, you weren't doing this with malevolent intent, right? That's what I thought. I guess
no, yeah, that is not how that felt to me at all. Which is why I'm sitting there going, okay, you guys can, like, come in anytime now, like, because it honestly felt to me, like, very threatening, and you guys were just not doing anything, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just screwed.
And also, if you guys are ever in that situation where like your character feels threatened in that sense, and like you can tell that your party's outside, or if you think they're in earshot, you can then play into the whole like, I want to give a signal to my party. Like, if you just give me a pleasant like interruption of like, hey, I would like to do this during a pause, or just kind of stop me and be like, I would like to do this, like, while he's monologuing, then that's fine, because I want you guys to be able to have that communication and not me just sitting on the soapbox. because that's the whole thing between the characters. Like, if Mandy's feeling it this way, but you guys aren't, but she wants to give you guys a signal, like, please get the fuck in here, then I want you guys to understand that you can't just give that signal of, like, I want to throw my shoe, or I want to be like, get in here, motherfuckers, or some shit. Like, yeah, do something that is along that line. Just give me that pleasant tap in the shoulder, essentially, and be like, hey, I would like to do this.
Mandy and I will come up with a safe word that one of us can say if
Yeah.
we need the other one to act.
Yeah, there, that's perfect. Yes, beautiful. Love it. Nosh, favorite moments?
I have a tie, actually. One was being bonked, or bonking myself, and then being bonked. So I just talked like Ted after he got his stuffing fucked up. And then the other one has to definitely be getting put on the spot, because with the necklace, because it's like, it's hard. It's really hard, because like, you want to say one thing, but you have to say the truth. Because like, oh yeah, I was like, gonna say something eventually, but I was like, no, I'm really not gonna tell you about anything, because I forgot. I completely forgot I had the amulet. I completely forgot I had the rings. And then I put on the amulet, and I was like, well, I got these rings in my pocket that I don't remember, but I do remember that I had them, but I don't remember that I have them, but I do. So like the conflicting mindset of the character and myself, because I didn't even remember I had them for a bit.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, wait, I have rings and an amulet? I don't remember that. Then I was like, oh wait, I did pick it off. Yeah, I did do that. But I definitely want to try getting more into doing the RP with Nosh, seeing if I can't like get something going with a voice of some sort, so it's not just being like, yeah, by the way, I'm doing this, or by the way, this is me.
Yeah.
Because like Salty got confused earlier, and I was like, oh yeah, but we're going to where I work, and you're like, what? I was like, oh no, I actually work here. It's like out of character, so trying to like draw that line between IRL and in-game, so it's not as confusing.
That just comes with practice, and that comes with seasoning as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely got the season a lot because I want to DM.
Yeah, I mean, again, that just comes with patience and practice and doing, like, learning how to do impressions and stuff like that. Time. That's it. Just time.
Yeah. Comfortability.
Yeah. Rage, what you got?
I also have two. First one was definitely Nosh getting coerced to putting this amulet on that makes him only speak the truth. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, it's burning in your pocket. He was like, okay, I'm gonna put it on. Yeah. Ha! Got you.
Yeah, that was pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, that was really good. I did also enjoy the whole like RP with Mandy being asked the questions. I know she said that she felt threatened by it, but I didn't see it as threatening in any sort of way.
Yeah, nobody did but me, so that was clearly just a me issue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that it was threatening. I didn't realize that that's how you felt at the time. But the struggle was real, and I thought that was funny.
Yeah, great. Sorry,
Yeah. It's all right.
Sorry.
It's one of those things that it's hard to do things at a digital table, so to speak, when it comes to doing games like this, because it's hard to see body language. It's hard to see kind of tics triggers and stuff like that, where you could easily signal or like be like, hey, like nod to someone and kind of like actually physically play out the scene. So I think definitely going into the future, if you guys want to have either out of character or in character, basically safe words of being like, if Mandy is like, I yell pineapple, that's like Tovar's trigger to be like, oh, I gotta get the fuck in there. Like, that's, it's something along that line where if you guys want to set that up out of character and then like retcon it into the system, that's fine. Because I want you to have that ability to call on each other, because that's the point of being a family, being a team that you are in right now. So like if you guys want to put those trigger words in place so you guys have them going forward, then by all means I'm not going to stop you. I want you to have those abilities. Tovar.
Yeah, the way you kind of like essentially conned fucking into, putting the amulet on. That was probably one of my favorites, but because it just basically forced him to, like he felt like he had no other choice. I felt like that was really well done. Um, the kind of, I like that you allow Mandy to be able to like do the wild shape and everything like that to try and make it a little bit easier to investigate shit, like, so stuff like that I kind of like. Um, but yeah, I would say those are my two favorites. I like being able to actually use our actions outside of just combat.
Yeah. It's the whole thing of understanding your toolbox, right? It's that classes have stuff in their toolbox. A lot of their stuff is combat oriented, but it can also be used outside of it. You know, uh, plenty of things you can do as a barbarian that are also able to be used outside of it. Just it takes a different scope. With
Yeah.
druids and clerics and paladins and wizards and sorcerers and people who have a lot of magical um, doohickeys to play with have a lot more to kind of use outside. And then when you find that niche of like, oh, I can use this to be like really good investigation, or like sneak through a door, or go through cracks, or turn into a fly and like become literally the fly on the wall to spy in on a conversation, like those are all things you really become dynamic with. And I have one thing I'm looking to introduce, because Salty, you talked about how you want to possibly pick up a level in Warlock, uh, potentially, and I had something planned for that when that eventually comes to fruition.
Yeah, I'm still trying to play with like multi-classing. I don't know if, like, the warlock thing does kind of interest me, but like I don't know if that's necessarily what I would want to do. But
It was something I was thinking about before the session today. I was like, oh, this would be really cool to do. They
yeah,
set it up in this instance.
like it started out as a joke, but like I was actually looking at the class because like I wouldn't just do it as a joke and that's it. So like I was actually looking at the class to see if like I'd be down for it. It seems interesting.
Yeah, it's the two the two patrons I would have, or the paths I would have you look at specifically, are Hexblade and Amulet. Those are the two that I'd have you look at specifically for Warlock, because those are two that would work with a Barbarian multi-class.
Yeah.
Amulet basically gives you cool stuff because it's an amulet, and then Hexblade is what it sounds like. It's a blade that is magical that you're given to by your patron. So, but yeah, I'm glad you all liked it. This was definitely one of the weirder side quests. I've been trying to figure out some weird ones for you guys to go on, and Carson's been helping me come up with ideas. Because I want you guys to have fun in the world and kind of just go and do weird stuff and run into weird situations like this. So I'm glad you all enjoyed it, and we're going to continue next Saturday.